If there is one burning question we must answer today, what does it take to leap? This is a lifelong partnership to lead, leap, and leapfrog into the future.
Them and to the region, which is a significant milestone to the kingdom.
Welcome to Leap.
In Riyadh at a very exciting time for the country and an exciting time for technology.
That will create an application that will take our energy industry to the next level.
We are going to build AI-based technologies here that we are then going to take into our global market.
And when the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia works, the world works.
Who positions Saudi Arabia as always the leader in the conventional energy, that it will be also the leader in the new green energy.
You have the vision here to know what good looks like.
His Royal Highness always tells me we're not in the business of announcements, but we are in the business of walking the talk. We're gonna come back here on stage and have every single CEO talk about how we made these announcements go live in partnership with you.
Welcome to the stage, Abdullah Aswaham.
What an amazing start for Leap25. Can I get a big round of applause for the performance that we just saw right now? A blend of cultures coming together because deep roots foster economic growth in partnership with you. 3 years ago, we started a movement called Leap. How can we leap into the future in partnership with you? And I see some of the global CEOs here with us. Thank you so much for joining us to make sure that we leave no one behind. Because if there was polarization in the analog world and the digital world, we definitely cannot afford polarization in the intelligent age. And don't take my word for it. I mean, if digitalization was the largest social equalizer and economic multiplier, the intelligent age, if we leave anyone behind, it's gonna be the largest divider and demultiplier. As a matter of fact, I would argue that leaving anyone behind in the intelligent age is as devastating as depriving an individual of oxygen, water, and food. And don't take my word for it. Look at this slide. In the analog and the digital world, we were talking about the global north and the global south. For every dollar made in the global south, somebody makes 3x to 5x in the global north. That is not acceptable. And this is the same case for the digital age. And guess what? For the intelligent age, it's gonna even grow bigger and get more exacerbated. Where it's projected, only 1 billion to 2 will join this exclusive club called the intelligent age, and 6.5 billion by 2030 left behind. If we look at these rows, if each row represents 10 people representing the human population, you're talking about 8 people being left behind and only 2 join this exclusive club. This is why, under the leadership of His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and in partnership with you, we have started a movement of how we can bring talent and technology for the people, planet, and prosperity. Look at these pictures. We started with the largest women empowerment story in the 21st century. We have partnered with the likes of Google, who joined hands with us in the digital age, and guess what? They're also joining hands with us in the intelligent age. We have Oracle, Apple, Microsoft, all joining hands. We had STC announce the MENA Hub. Thank you, STC, for doing an amazing job. And don't take my word for it again. The numbers speak for themselves. The investment thesis is very simple. Bring the greatest thinkers and doers of the world, the biggest investors and innovators, and magic will happen, not only for our nation, but for our region and the world. As a digital economy, collectively, we have grown by 73% to $260 billion in the region. And guess what? The kingdom represents 50%. As a tech force, and His Royal Highness said that this region is the new Europe. We love Europe, but in terms of growth, we've jumped from 150,000 tech force to 381,000 in Saudi, and as a result, the region grew. And as a matter of fact, if you look at the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia alone, if you put it in the EU zone, we will be the 5th largest tech hub in Europe. And if we use unicorns and startups and scale-ups as a proxy for growth, the region grew to 15 unicorns. No wonder when the kingdom grew from 2 unicorns to 7. And to keep up the pace, we need to keep walking the talk with momentum. His Royal Highness always says it. It's critical that you walk the talk. And we have done so by celebrating one of the largest achievements for humanity. On planet Earth, we have Saudi women joining hands with women from the region, manufacturing high-end servers with HPE, and soon to be announced with Lenovo and Dell, to make sure that we become yet again the most success story in youth and women empowerment in the 21st century. But guess what? We became the largest even in the universe, where Rayana Barnawi became the first Arab women astronaut to go to the ISS, the International Space Station, working on tumor organoids, fighting cancer for humanity. This is history in the making. And yet, in a true Leap fashion, we're here to bring the CEOs to walk the talk. We announced last year the largest cloud node in the region. And Andy Jassy, my friend, was here a couple of weeks ago where he announced the Outpost and soon going live with 2026. We have Microsoft, Core and Shell for their Azure node, and we have Grok. Jonathan Ross is going to join me shortly on stage to talk more about it, of how we're building the largest inference node for the region. But we also have Arvind from IBM delivering on his promise, delivering one of the largest AI and software development houses for the region. And yet again, we walk the talk, and don't take my word for it. Play the video.
I walk away from here inspired by the change I have seen in the last 6 years. Because you are not just talking the talk, but you're walking the walk in a major, major way. And I think that this beacon, you will be the beacon of what I think is a new development model, how not only in the region, but for the world over. So I'm really excited about it.
Visiting the kingdom and the region and seeing the transformation and the opportunities. Let me also say the optimism.
Yes. Especially of the young people and the women. I mean, it's incredible.
It's mind-boggling.
Almost 80 years, I think, we have been in the kingdom. So we have had a long partnership, and it's been continuous.
We're going to bring the best technology with multiple availability zones to cover the kingdom. We think that this will not only have the raw infrastructure, but it'll also have the best AI infrastructure.
I think this could be the place where the opportunity is going forward.
I feel the energy of the academy. I feel the energy of the country. It's so vibrant, and this bold 2030 vision is something that I'm in awe of. And I saw some great examples here today of apps that these women have created. They're apps that make a difference in the world.
And dreaming big is the differentiator between really revolutionizing with AI or falling behind. So I'd like to applaud the boldness and the vision 2030. And I am personally resolute and proud to say that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia works with ServiceNow. And when the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia works, the world works. Thank you very, very much.
When the kingdom works, the region works, the whole world works. This is why we're moving from a movement with momentum to the multiplier effect. And under the leadership of His Royal Highness, he really articulated well. It's about his ability and the dream team and our partners globally to be able to predict market transitions, be able to allocate the resources, and make sure we seize the opportunities and manage the tensions between the challenges and the opportunities. And it's no wonder that His Royal Highness has bet on closing down the divides of the digital age by fueling cloud, entrepreneurship, tech for the region and for the world. Because it's all about the fundamentals. The digital economy promised us $16 trillion, but guess what? Until now, there's 2.6 billion people outside of that digital economy, 100 million in the global north, and 2.5 billion in the global south. And this is why we are laser focused on continuing to be the biggest success story in closing down the skills divide, digital divide, and governance divide in partnership with you. And this is why, yet again, leap in, leap out, we are the largest success story in women empowerment in tech, surpassing yet again the EU, G20, and the Silicon Valley average. So can I get a big round of applause for all of the amazing women that we have here in the room? And within Saudi, we have 2 genders, by the way. So for Dr. Latif Al-Abdel Karim, thank you. For Dr. Latif Al-Abdel Karim, she is the only women leader from the region sitting on the table for the UN Secretary General, advising him on AI. We have Rihanna Barnawi, our women astronaut, and I think she's here. Can we get a big round of applause for Rihanna? And Dima Al-Yahya, who's doing a fantastic job delivering on the promise of His Royal Highness, digital prosperity for all. But guess what? As we shift from digital times to the intelligent age, yet again, we have bigger success stories in the intelligent age, where the world is moving from predictive AI to generative AI to agentic to autonomous. In generative AI, we have Dr. Ali Hassan, who has done a fantastic job tackling sickle cell disease with nanopalm. We have one of our brightest AI engineers, Ghayda Tasan, partnering with Ibrahim in Fathom.io, delivering agentic AI for our oil and gas and energy sector, delivering the lowest carbon footprint under the leadership of Aramco. And we have Dr. Firas Khalil, who has done a fantastic job in autonomous AI, delivering the world's first fully robotics heart transplant. And this is just the beginning. Because as we move from a movement to with momentum to the multiplier effect, Leap25 for us is a defining moment. A defining moment where yet again, under the leadership of His Royal Highness and in partnership with you, the global innovators and investors, we're coming together to make sure that AI doesn't become an exclusive club for 1 billion folks or 2 billion. And we have to celebrate the ChatGPT moment of 2022, but we also have to appreciate and celebrate the DeepSeek moment, where right now it's alive in all American hyperscalers. Once again, the world does not need polarization in the intelligent age. We need to work collectively to celebrate these advancements, where DeepSeek so far is beating all AI models, with the exception of my wife, by the way. So, moving on to the, thank you for appreciating my loved one. Moving on to the 3 divides: compute, data, and algorithms. On compute, guess what? We're building the largest inference node for the world. Jonathan Ross, come over. And Tariq Amin as well. So Jonathan, last year you announced it here first with Tariq. Fantastic job. Why don't you update the team?
Well, I'm very humbled to be here. Actually, this is the second time at Leap, and
Minister Al-Swaha invited me back then, and what was unusual about that was we hadn't gone viral yet, and Minister Al-Swaha recognized what we had. And working with Minister Al-Swaha and Tariq Amin, by September of last year, we came up with a plan to build the region's largest inference cluster.
Congratulations.
Thank you. However, we moved so quickly that 51 days later, we were serving traffic so quickly we beat other projects, and we believe we're actually the largest inference cluster in all of EMEA.
This is so significant because the world keeps talking about training, but what's more critical, it's the diffusion of these technologies across industries, not the confusion. And once these technologies are proliferated, it's all about inference and the reasoning. So Tariq, why don't you share with us the great news as well?
So a couple of really important things. I think, Your Excellency, you talked, rightfully so, that the number one objective that we had to do is really democratizing of the AI infrastructure. Not only we have done this, as Jonathan said, it took us really 8 days to have 19,000 LPUs serving today live billions of tokens. But what is really important, especially for our region, for Saudi Arabia, AI startups, government, enterprises no longer have to wait for availability of infrastructure. This is something available today. What used to take 9 months, now it takes you exactly 10 seconds. In 10 seconds, you could run your workload. We have really predicted, thank you.
Well done, well done.
And we predicted, Your Excellency, that the world needs inferencing. You need to run the models. And we predicted this right, especially with DeepSeek. And DeepSeek is also running live today in our data center in Dammam. Your data is locally stored. As soon as you use it, the data is not transferred anywhere. And so...
well done.
So I think this has really been very important.
And I think, Tariq, we have to share it with the world. It was actually His Royal Highness 6 months ago when we were presenting to him building the largest training node for the world. He said it's about training and inference, acceleration and diffusion and adoption of these technologies. And speaking of adoption, we have a big one coming up. But Jonathan, thank you so much for delivering on your promise.
Thank you very much.
Tariq, we're going to need you to stay for the next one. Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan. Jonathan Ross, the CEO of Grok. Speaking of moving from AI acceleration to adoption, yet again, another breaking announcement coming here first in Leap, how we could empower personnel, whether in oil and gas, public safety and security, enterprises, to be able to have a distilled LLM within their pocket to energize productivity. So Tariq, why don't we invite as well the CFO of Qualcomm to join you for this announcement with Alam and Qualcomm and Dr. Yasser Anezan. Where's Dr. Yasser? Of course you're going to bring your laptop for this one, Dr. Yasser. Thank you so much for your partnership. Please, the floor is yours.
So a couple of things, and I'll have Yasser talk about this. This is a world first, thinking about AI and infrastructure of today and the requirement for tomorrow. We also really envision a world that edge plays a huge factor. Lowering the cost of infrastructure is critical. Today, I would tell and announce to everybody that the cost of running models in Saudi Arabia and the cost of inferencing, as of today, is the lowest in the world today. There is no more premium charges. However, we also thought with Qualcomm, well, they innovated so much into chipsets and mobile devices. Can we take what they have done and put everything on the far edge? And this far edge works really nicely in a new concept called hybrid AI cloud. So I'll let Dr. Yasser and Akash speak briefly about what they have done, because it should be celebrated.
Please, and you should make it visible. Is that Alam AI-powered laptop? Amazing.
Yes, Your Excellency. So in the past a couple of years, we have been busy teaching Alam about language and understanding.
Can I get a big round of applause for Sadaya for delivering Alam? Amazing, amazing job. Thank you, Dr. Abdullah Sharaf and Dr. Yasser and team.
And now
you have a new capacity, which we're going to talk about soon.
Yes. And now it's time to take it, and make it run in useful use cases in our everyday life. And I mean really everyday life.
So a distilled LLM powered on your laptop for your sovereignty doesn't need to be connected to the internet and has the same intelligence of using mixture of experts, distillation, all the way on your devices.
Exactly.
In oil and gas, field workers, public safety and security, across the board, we're going to see powered by Alam soon in partnership with Qualcomm across the board.
And you can actually be camping in the desert and you use it.
Ah, there you go. Okay. Thank you for talking about dead zones. We don't talk about that here. So,
yeah, so Qualcomm is the leader in all edge devices, right? So we are in phones, in PCs, in cars. We are in industrial devices. We are in augmented virtual reality devices. We're going to take Alam and run it on every single one of these endpoints. It brings the power of the model from the kingdom to every device at the edge, and we're going to multiply the influence as a result of this. We are incredibly excited. We've done this over the last 6 months. The model was so capable that we were able to take it, port it into our platform, and deliver this product over a very short period of time. Incredibly excited about it.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much, Dr. Yasser.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tariq Amin. We're not done yet, huh? We have another one. This one comes from one of the silent heroes of our tech and digital ecosystem. Not only he runs the largest tech and digital company for the kingdom, for the region, but in terms of market cap, top 10 globally, but Aliyan Rotate, in partnership with Alibaba, decided to bring Quinn for the region, one of the most powerful LLMs for the region. And as His Royal Highness always keeps reminding me, this is yet just the beginning. Because under the leadership of His Royal Highness and in partnership with you, our global innovators and thinkers of the world, yet again, you keep making history in this defining moment and announcing $14.9 billion worth of investments and announcements in this leap alone. And rest assured, in a very true leap fashion, we're going to come back here on stage and talk about how we're walking the talk in each one of these announcements. But before I wrap up, I have to give a big thank you. And the big thank you is to Faisal Khamisi and Tahaluf team. Amazing job, Faisal. Of course, you're such a popular Faisal here. And thank you for your partnership with Informa, Munshaat, MCIT, Ittihad. Amazing job. And I have to thank our key sponsors. Cybersecurity, we can't live without you, Majid al-Mazyad. Sadaya Abdullah Sharaf, Invest Saudi, thank you, Your Excellency Khalid Al-Faleh. Ministry of AI, didn't they do a fantastic job managing traffic this year? Can we give a big round of applause for MOI? And they became number 4 globally in digital services. So transforming the physical and the digital world. And I cannot thank all of our key other partners and our biggest sponsors. Big thank you to STC, Mobile, Aramco. We can't do anything with you, Khalid Khwaitar and Amin. An amazing job. SVC, Alat, Amity has a big announcement coming up. And let me wrap up by saying that the intelligent age is here. And in partnership with you, we're going to leap together. Thank you.
welcome to the stage Tariq Amin, Jonathan Ross, the founder and CEO of Grok, and Ahmad Al-Kuwaiter, the Executive Vice President Technology and Innovation at Aramco.
Aramco is joining hands with Grok to build one of the largest AI inference capabilities for the industrial age.
And in Aramco Digital, we believe what is called inferencing. Inferencing is running models like NeuroOS will be absolutely needed and needed much more in demand. Grok is one of the leading companies today that's providing advanced AI chipset for infrastructure. This is really the game changer in Saudi Arabia.
We came here and announced with Aramco Digital that we were going to deploy an enormous amount of compute here in the kingdom. Can you compose a poem about Vision 2030 in the style of Robert Frost?
A vital society, the first to rise with education, health, and joyous skies. A nation strong that cares for all, where families flourish, one and all. The second pillar, an economy.
Amazing. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we could not be more thrilled about what the team have done in a very, very short window. From idea to inception, this was almost 50 days of work. A thought to really build and democratize the AI infrastructure, not only serve Saudi Arabia, but to truly enable a global hub was a big vision. Taking vision to an execution is always an art, but when you really have a supporting government sector that really act as business partners, a Vision 2030 that is driven by His Royal Highness mandate to diversify this economy, we have many things that were going for us. Today, what we thought we would show you, when we did the demo in Gain, the data center that we used to run AI was hosted in the West Coast. And we have prepared a few thoughts and ideas just to show you of what is the potential on what this platform can do. I truly believe we have unlocked quite a bit of opportunity. I want to really thank Ahmed. Without him and his support, this would have never happened. And maybe just a few words.
Sure. Thanks, Tariq. And you're a great, incredible year that went by. Last year, this team here promised that they were going to deliver the first cloud AI inferencing center in the region, and they delivered. And so I want to just give them a big round of applause for a great job well done. At Aramco, we believe in technology and AI and its potential. And we don't just believe in demonstrations. We believe in scaling AI, because our business is all about scale. So that's why we need to partner. No one company can deliver the promise of AI. It has to be a partnership. It has to be many companies that put in place the technologies that we need. This is a massive effort and challenge that faces the world. And I think we've done a great job of bringing together that partnership here in LEAP. So we are partnering, of course, with Aramco Digital, through Aramco Digital with Grok to deliver the first center, and they are now serving users around the world, and I'm sure they're going to give us some great demonstrations. But we don't just work with one partner, we work with many partners. We believe that it's going to take a lot of partnerships and collaboration to make this happen. So we are, of course, developing our own in-house computing infrastructure for AI. We've been able to, as we said last year, to develop our own large language industrial model, the first large language dedicated industrial model serving our employees and our operations across the company. Today it's 70 billion parameters. We're working on the next generation. We also are partnering and pushing AI to the edge. As we work with our facilities, we have hundreds of facilities around the world. Here in the kingdom alone, 120 major production facilities, and we want to see the use of AI pushed to those facilities. So developing that infrastructure is a great challenge, and we have many partners we're working on together to make it happen. So we really look forward to actually enabling that innovation ecosystem around our business to take it to the next level. And I think it's going to take the kingdom to the next level, inshallah. So great work, all of you.
Thank you. So with that said, Jonathan, I'll leave the floor to you just to go walk us through the demos.
All right, so let's show off what the new Dammam data center can do. So if we could bring up the screen here. All right, so what you're seeing here, so this is the DeepSeek model. Now, one of the problems with these reasoning models is they produce a lot of thought. And so it actually takes a while to perform the computation. So I'm going to ask it a riddle. If 3 people are in a room and one of them is eating breakfast and one of them is playing chess, what is the third person doing? And here it goes. And it's done. 1,300 tokens per second. So in about 1.4 seconds, and it said the third person, oh, it got it right. So playing chess. But notice this reasoning says, so given the information, giving people in a room, one is eating breakfast, another is playing chess, we need to find out what the third person is doing. And it did all of this in a moment. Now, let me show you one more thing. So this is a model running in Dammam. Let's show a model that was actually developed here in Saudi Arabia. So this is a LAM. And let's see how fast we can run it. Can you tell me about Vision 2030, and in particular how artificial intelligence is related to this, and how this is important for the kingdom? And it is done. So incredibly quick. Thank you. Now let's ask it to summarize. So can you summarize that in just 2 sentences? And can you focus on why this is important for the kingdom? All right. Now, I'm going to show you one other interesting thing here. Last year when I did the demo, almost everything was running on Grok LPUs, except for the voice. Now, we've partnered with the company Play AI, and we now have their voice running on our LPUs in Dammam, and we're releasing this in Dammam first before we release it anywhere else in the world. So I'm going to paste in this language here. And I'm going to ask it to generate some speech. Now, this first voice is going to be British, and it's going to generate maybe about 20 seconds of audio, and it did that very quickly. And let's listen to it.
Vision 2030 is crucial for Saudi Arabia because it aims to diversify the economy and reduce its reliance on oil. By investing in AI, the kingdom can create new opportunities and drive innovation, ultimately building a more knowledge-based economy that benefits its citizens. This strategic plan is essential for the kingdom's long-term growth and sustainable development.
Did you hear how realistic that was? And it generated almost instantly. So now let's also do one more voice, and I'm going to pick a deeper voice, and we're going to have it generate this again. And so depending on what you're using or what you're doing, you can actually pick different voices.
Vision 2030 is crucial for Saudi Arabia because it aims to diversify the economy and reduce its reliance on oil. By investing in AI, the kingdom can create new...
Now that's great, but that's all in English. And what we would like to do is the following. Can you translate that into Arabic? What if we had an Arabic voice that was just as good? And I'll let you be the judge. All right. Are you ready? I can't hear you. Are you ready? All right.
تعتبر رؤية 2030 خطة استراتيجية للمملكة العربية السعودية لتنويع اقتصادها وتقليل اعتمادها على النفط. من خلال الاستثمار في الذكاء الاصطناعي يمكن للمملكة خلق فرص جديدة ودفع الابتكار، مما يؤدي في النهاية إلى بناء اقتصاد قائم على الماء.
All right.
Well, this is great, but I have a surprise for you. And it's not, so I thought we'd do one last thing, one last demo, and I really thought when you look at the power of generative AI, the power of fast inferencing, what could this do to an AI ecosystem that we want to create, we want to cultivate in the country? If we focus on the developers as well, can we do a demo to show the map of Saudi Arabia and the code to see how many people we could serve from here?
Oh, I know what you're at. Okay, so Targ's taking me off script, so let's hope that this works. All right. So this is something that will generate an application live just by speaking to it. This has actually been open sourced. It was written by one of our developers over a weekend. Can you create a map of the Earth, and when I click on it, draw a circle with about a 3,000-mile radius and make sure that you get it correct for longitude or latitude. So now it's going to start generating the code in the background, and it's done. Oh, and make sure that when I click, you draw the circle. It had a little button there, but I think, why don't you draw the circle where I click? One of the great things about speed is that you can iterate. Uh-oh. Let me try this one more time. Live demos, right? Okay. I want you to draw a world map, and when I click, draw a circle with a 3,000-mile radius where I click. That's how you know it's live. So let's zoom in. So this is Dammam right here, and that's the region that we can serve from here. That's 3 to 4 billion people.
So maybe at the end, let me just share with you, just briefly, what is next for us. If you could just show the slides, please. So today, this is really not a simple achievement. We have deployed truly a very large inferencing cluster, a high quality, but I want to emphasize to all of you again, there is no premium charged because it's deployed in Saudi Arabia. We are actually driving the lowest cost on infrastructure that has been seen to date, thanks to the innovation and the partnership that we have done with Grok. But when we mapped really what is the accessibility of Saudi Arabia in which the tolerance of latency would allow us to serve models, this is the ambition that we have. 4 billion people to be able to use an AI infrastructure that will have data sovereignty, data protection, as well as the lowest cost. A country that has an abundance of land, amazing connectivity, extreme advantageous condition on power and energy. We think this is absolutely doable, and this is the mission that we're heading on for both the training and the inferencing as well. So with that being said, our next big step is scale up. We have learned a lot from this 19,000 deployment. We want to really serve this, and the investment that Grok and us will be doing is $1.5 billion in the country to really address the market and the demand that we see. By the way, interesting enough, day one of just really activating the cluster in Dammam, we did not really anticipate this. But we already today, without announcing this to anybody, we opened this to the world. And we are serving billions of tokens per second today running in Dammam without telling anybody that we have done this. So we're very proud. This could have not been happened. I want to really personally thank His Excellency Swaha, MCIT team, Ahmed Aramco team. It was a collaborative effort. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the stage, Tara Brady, the president of Google Cloud Europe, Middle East, and Africa.
Well, thank you very much. Really pleased to be here. And wow, what an event, what a day. It really feels great to be part of this. And thank you, Your Highness, Your Excellencies, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Google are committed to the region, committed to the kingdom. And with the bold vision of Your Highness and Your Excellencies, we believe this is a future. Google, in terms of investment, are going in hard. We're doubling down. We believe over the next 10 years, we're going to be contributing 70 billion to the economy. Secondly, we're going to be skilling. We're going to be skilling Saudi nationals, university students and professionals. Over the next 10 years, 1 million. We've already started 20,000 to date. And thirdly, we're going to be scaling up. Scaling up to make the kingdom the #1 AI provider for the world. This is fantastic. And we talked earlier on about walking the walk. I feel like we're running a race. Actually, I feel like we're on a rocket ship. And we're all part of it, and it's really exciting. We're going all the way. Google are here. We're a partner for the long term. We're committed, and I look forward to spending a lot more time here. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the stage Amit Mida, the CEO of Alat, and Yang Yun King, the chairman and CEO of Lenovo.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, esteemed ministers, distinguished guests, tech enthusiasts. I am Amit Mida, CEO for Alat. And as an introduction, Alat is an innovative Saudi company that is focused on transforming global industries in electronics and industrials by creating next generation outcomes. We were launched just about a year back by His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman right here in Riyadh in February. We're incredibly proud that Alat has partnered with a global technology company, Lenovo, to manufacture and innovate their products right here in the kingdom. And this is the testimony to the fact that Saudi Arabia is the right place to do sustainable manufacturing. This is the time for Saudi and the kingdom to lead on a global stage for innovation, for R&D, for manufacturing, and for supply chain. I'm incredibly proud that this various factors, whether geolocation, power, energy, government policies, tremendous support from all the stakeholders is coming together to creating next generation outcome for all of us here in the kingdom. Today, we did the groundbreaking this morning, along with Lenovo, on a 20,000 square meter facility right here in Riyadh. And that is an incredible news. Now, what are the key elements of this? First is manufacturing and the supply chain. That will bring the regional headquarters here, that will bring innovation here, that will bring R&D lab here, and that is the second element of this. We don't just manufacture, we bring supplier network, we do R&D, and we innovate. And the last but not least is the jobs of the future. The Saudi talent, Saudi young talent is hungry for the outcomes that create the future. That is the name of the company Alat, Tomorrow Made Better. And so we will be creating 15,000 direct jobs, 45,000 indirect jobs, and tens of billions of dollars of GDP impact. But this is coming from me, but the best is for our guest and our partner, Mr. Yang Yun, who is the chairman and CEO of Lenovo, to share his thoughts about this partnership and what's ahead.
Thank you.
Give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Amit. Your Excellencies and the distinguished guests and friends, it's my great honor to be here to announce this strategic partnership with Alat. As you might know, so Lenovo is the world's largest personal computer company. 1 in every 4 PCs sold in the world today is made by Lenovo. We are the fastest growing major smartphone provider with our legendary Motorola brand. And we are also the leading server and storage vendor offering infrastructure and AI solutions for our enterprise customers. Just like the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is transforming yourself, so is Lenovo. We continue to invest in innovation, recently focusing on AI, on hybrid AI, to drive the transformation, intelligent transformation across all our businesses. We are definitely the leading global AI PC race with the embedded large language model or AI agent. Thank to Your Excellency to introduce the concept with another brand. But I guarantee you, Lenovo brand is much better. But we are capturing the booming demand in GPU server with our unique water cooling or liquid cooling technology. But this is just the beginning. So eventually, we will drive the vision of AI twin for each individual and our enterprise customers. Just as Amit shared, Lenovo will establish a new factory, cutting-edge factory in Riyadh, in here. And also, we will build a new regional headquarters and a new flagship retail space to get us closer to the customer here. I believe so these actions will support the Kingdom's 2030 vision of economic diversification, industrial development, innovation, and job creation, while capitalizing on the incredible growth momentum here. So it's an exciting journey. So let's go together. Thank you. Thank you.
But before he gets off the stage, since His Excellency always tells us you have to walk the talk. So next year in Leap, right here on the stage, we will showcase to you Saudi-made servers, AI servers, PCs, desktop, everything that you have heard today, but they will be right here made and showcased to you live on the stage. So that is our commitment to you.
Absolutely true.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the stage Akash Palkiwala, the Chief Financial Officer and Chief Operating Officer at Qualcomm Incorporated, Tariq Amin and Yasser Al-Onaizan.
You have?
I got it. So earlier today, you met the Alam PC. This is the Alam AI PC that runs the Alam model on device. The power of running the model on device is incredible. It keeps your privacy, your security, it lowers the latency, and most importantly, significantly reduces cost. This device is powered by Qualcomm Snapdragon X Elite chip. It is the most powerful processor for a PC ever built, with the longest battery life, the most capable AI. And we're going to bring this to all Alam PCs going forward. Incredibly excited to bring this power of our platform to Alam PCs. Please meet the PC.
And meet Alam was also on the device, and that we took the model that we have been building, and within a week, we were able to distill and quantize the model and have it fully running on the device.
So a couple of really big highlights. Amit and I are very close friends, by the way. Just to make sure that everybody understands, we're not a PC manufacturer. This is much more than a PC. I want to take a minute and acknowledge what Sadaya has done with Alam is something that Saudi Arabia should be very, very proud of. Just to give you some context, you saw today in the world that hundreds of billions of dollars is being spent on training frontier models. Today, Alam, total budget to train Alam and get it to be built from the scratch, I would tell you less than 30 million US dollars. Look what they have done with limited resources. In the near term, you're gonna see some amazing things. I wish I could talk about it publicly today. In the month of April, we have some really, really big news. And one thing that Akash promised me too, as they continue to scale their team in Saudi Arabia, this will become the standard SKU for Qualcomm employees moving forward. We want to see Alam growing, driving edge use cases to lower the cost of AI infrastructure is important. We are in the business of building models. And hopefully the partnership that we'll do with Alat when Amit and the team is ready is to take the innovation that we're doing to the next level. We build the reference design, by the way, from the ground up, completely from the ground up. This is not just a simple thing that we have taken, and this is why the partnership with Qualcomm was important to define the architecture of what would look today and to take advantage of an ARM processor that is really built for energy efficiency, that has an MPU, GPU, and this is just the beginning of many edge cases that we will offer to the market. So congratulations to Dr. Yasser, and also really, again, to what Sadaya team have done, and I think this is gonna become really a main headline into this region. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
As a part of this initiative, one of the things we're going to do is we're going to make this available, the model available on a Qualcomm AI Hub. It makes it extremely easy for any developer to develop experiences on top of the Alam model for PCs using the Qualcomm AI Hub product. So please stay tuned on that, and if you're a developer, please try it out. But we are not done. We're not done with just doing this on the device. We want to do hybrid AI between the device and the cloud. And we want AI to be intelligent so that it can make a decision on whether to run a certain inference case on the device, to run it in the cloud, or to split the load between the two. So what we are announcing is Alam Playground. It is a product where developers can go in and try out hybrid AI between the device and the Qualcomm AI-powered cloud. It's an incredibly exciting product. It is also going to be available on our AI Hub product, and you'll be able to come in and try hybrid AI for the first time.
And Akash, maybe for everybody in the audience as well, the time we met with Qualcomm team, the original idea was something that hasn't happened before, and the main driver for this is cost. So privacy by design ensures that if you have sensitive data, what will be more private than something that you could run locally? So security architecture is really thought of as the first. Distilling the model and having Alam 7B running at an extremely fast inferencing was something that has been achieved. And this concept of hybrid AI, if you ask Alam a question that the PC does not know how to answer, it goes to the cloud, to the larger model, extract the data. This orchestration layer that has been built, it wasn't trivial. But we think this is a world first in implementation, starting from one edge device. And now you could now imagine what is the possibilities of many, many other edge devices to be built. And so we could not be any happier. I know there's a session today to show the development playground that Qualcomm and us have worked on. We want Alam to really become an open source with the best Arabic large language model that understand our culture, our heritage. There is no biases. So we're very, very excited, and we really thank you for all the partnership that we have done with Qualcomm.
Thank you very much. And we're going to bring this same expertise to every other edge device that Qualcomm participates in. So please stay tuned.
Right.
Welcome to the stage Guo Dongliang, the Vice President of Product and Solution at Alibaba Cloud International.
Your Excellency and distinguished guests, thank you for giving me this opportunity to announce the Alibaba Cloud AI Empowering Program for the Saudi. As the first hyperscaler cloud provider in the region, this is the 4th year since we released our Saudi region together with STC and ICCC or joint venture back in 2022. Marching into the AI era, we are thrilled to announce that today at LEAP, together with ICCC, we will announce the AI Empowerment Program. So by Empowering Program, underneath, actually there will be 3 layers. The first thing is we will make it available of the Queen series models available in the region. Thank you. And secondly, we will make the platform for AI a one-stop generative AI engineering platform available in the region. And lastly, and most importantly, we will upgrade our training program, the Alibaba Cloud Academy, for the region. So some of you guys might already heard that we recently announced the release of Queen 2.5 Max model. And it has achieved impressive performance in the Hugging Face leading board, even surpassing some very popular models, as you can imagine. And it offers a wide span of sizes from the very small 0.5 billion to the 72 billion, and make it possible for the enterprises to balance the cost and performance, and made it possible for them to deploy it either on the device or on the cloud. And also, it's been trained with over 18 trillion tokens, so very solid foundation for all the enterprises to do various businesses. And it's specialized in over 29 languages, especially Southeast language like Chinese, Japanese, Korean, and of course, it has a very exceptional performance in Arabic as well. The better thing is Queen series models actually is open source models. And ever since, Queen series model was released back in 2023, we contributed to the community and make it available for the worldwide developers and enterprises to use it. As you can see, we have achieved over 40 million downloads from Hugging Face, and we have got 78,000 more derivative models built upon our Queen foundation models. Along the way, every milestone reflects our continuous efforts and our pursuit of excellency, and most importantly, our commitment to open source community and the prosperity of AI ecosystem. And we realized that to unleash the power of AI, enterprises face lots of challenges from the model to the production. So that's why we make it available, the PI, the platform for AI, available in the region. It's a one-stop engineering platform for the enterprises to build models, to fine-tune models, to deploy models, to build applications, and to maintain all the customizations and the complexities will be taken care of by this platform. And ever since 2022, Alibaba Cloud has been actively contributing to the developing of local talents and trainings for the young students and the engineers with various initiatives designed to equip them with the cutting-edge technologies and cloud computing skills. And last year, together with our local partner, Tuvac Academy, actually we have for the first time delivered over 10 AI and cloud computing series of trainings, and over 100 students benefited from this program. And of course, looking forward, we'll continue this journey and make more effort to train the local talents. We will provide more AI courses, we will provide the AI certifications, and also we will provide free memberships and hands-on labs so that the young students can really experience the AI and to sharpen their skills in the real scenarios. Before I conclude today's session, I would like to say that AI is the next big thing. And Alibaba Cloud is a commitment to unlock the boundless potentials for every citizen, every student, every engineer, and every professionals. By equipping people with necessary skills and technologies, we are investing in the future, where technology serves as a catalyst for inclusive growth and sustainable development in the kingdom. Let's embrace it together and make brighter future. Thank you.
Welcome to the stage, Naveen Zucchi, the Chief Information Officer at Databricks.
Data is big, but its potential is even bigger. Data intelligence holds the promise of curing diseases, saving lives, reversing climate change, and changing the way we live. We believe the future depends on data and unlocking its limitless potential with AI. We're here to make that happen. Databricks is the data and AI company. We help companies take control of their data, put it to work with AI, and solve the world's toughest problems. Because the challenges we face as businesses, as people, and as a planet aren't easy. They can't be solved in silos. They are too important to be left to the few. We need all the data, all the AI, all the brain power. We need all hands on deck. In one place, on the new Data Intelligence Platform, the only platform that brings AI to your data, so you can bring AI to the world. Now you can own your future. And that changes everything. It expands our sense of what's possible. It makes things simple. It turns reactive into proactive, so you can innovate faster, because that's how innovation should happen, collaborative and fast. So let's defy assumptions, break the mold, map every genome, cure every cancer, binge-watch the cosmos, spelunk black holes, make every voice heard, reverse count every vote, take more moonshots, and land them.
The heavens have become a part of man's work.
From now on, nothing stands between you and your data. You and the answers. Because the power of data intelligence is the power of knowing. Now, you know.
Good afternoon, Leap. Really pleasure to be here in the kingdom for the first time and meeting His Excellency. And as you eloquently pointed out, the digital age, the digital divide we have, we need the intelligence age to break the digital divide. And I'm really pleased to be presenting on behalf of Databricks. A little bit about the company. We have been in the open source Gen AI space as well as in data space for the last 11 years. And we have now over 12,000 customers, with 60% of the Fortune 500 customers leveraging us for data and AI needs. And we are really excited to be partnering here in the kingdom and establishing a long-term relationship with the kingdom itself. So a little bit about our mission. Our mission has been to democratize data and AI. And we have an open source data architecture that can bring together everything under one platform, eliminate silos, and ensure data governance. So how are you planning to bring the data intelligence platform to the kingdom? So 5 main points. Number 1, we are building a Middle East
regional hub. We started that in 2024, with the hub being in the kingdom itself. Second, we are going to invest $300 million over the next 5 years in upskilling the Saudi citizens, in building the Databricks business, as well as having the latest in data engineering and AI skills, and help our Saudi customers to innovate on Databricks in the kingdom. Third, we are planning to contribute to the local digital economy and the vision you have for Vision 2030, which we are really excited to be part of. And fourth, we are partnering with MCIT in providing data engineering certifications free of charge to every Saudi citizen who wants to get certified in data engineering. And we plan to add additional certifications that we will provide to the citizens of the kingdom itself. We are also partnering with Tawfiq Academy to bring more courses to the market. And then finally, we are going to be investing in R&D to be building our software, starting with Azure in 2026. So really excited to be part of this. And thank you so much for having us here at Leap. We look forward to growing in Saudi Arabia and bringing data intelligence to you all.
Welcome to the stage, Rodrigo Liang, the CEO of Samba Nova.
Your Excellency and distinguished guests, thank you so much for inviting Samba Nova to be up here. It's just so impressive to see how much technology and how many global technology leaders have come together here to advance AI and advance kind of our global needs. And so I wanted to introduce real briefly Samba Nova. You know, we are a spin-out from Stanford University, really thinking about how do we actually tackle one of the major problems we have with AI, which is energy, right? That AI scaling is going to be limited by power, and we're thinking about how to actually extract the most amount of capability out of the power that we're able to provide. And so Samba Nova, we're a full-stack company. We started by thinking about data. Every company, every organization has their data, and you want to protect it. And so what we do is we deliver technology, full-stack chips to models, train your data privately into it, and allow you to keep the model in perpetuity. And so that's what we do. And so one of the things that we're really, really focused on, and this is where we appreciate the work that we've been doing here with Saudi Aramco, our friends here, and the rest of the kingdom, is sovereignty. It's about protecting your data, owning your own destiny on AI, and being able to control where the models go. And that's what Samba Nova has been focusing on. And so today, we're really excited about 3 announcements we're making. One is on the investments that we're making in the KSA. 2, some partnerships that we're doing actually in the region. And then 3, one of our jobs as a startup is to talk about the innovations that we're doing coming out of Silicon Valley and other things that we're bringing to the kingdom. So first and foremost, we're really, really excited about partnering to bring over $140 million of AI infrastructure into the region in the form of economic activity and investment in the region's AI ecosystem. And so this is done in great partnership with MCIT, and thank you to the Minister Swaha for helping us with this, and with the National Semiconductor Hub. And we're looking to bring not just our technology and our services, but also bringing semiconductor expertise, hiring teams here, and really building a collaborative effort over the next many, many years. So really excited about that. The second thing is we're announcing that we're partnering with STC AI to introduce KSA's premier sovereign LLM as a service cloud. And this is running on the world's largest open source model, the Llama 405B, really excited. This is something that SummitNova Cloud is offering, and we've been able to partner with STC, great partners, to bring that service into the kingdom. And it's going to feature capabilities like the STC Enterprise GPT and the fastest inference speeds on Llama 405B. So really excited about that partnership that we're announcing today. And finally, one of the things that everyone's been talking about over the last 2 weeks about DeepSeek. Right? DeepSeek changed the world because it changed economics for training. And one of the things that we're really excited about announcing today is SummitNova, today, here in the kingdom, is the first time we're announcing this, is that we're now going to offer the full 671 billion parameter R1 model on SummitNova Cloud. This is the full, not the distilled 70 billion, but the full 671 billion parameter model R1. This is the model that changed the world because of the reasoning capabilities that it has, and it's open. It's open to the world for all of us to take and train and use and commoditize this level of capability. And so we're really excited about that. And what's more is that on the job of efficiency, as you know, for inferencing, the training cost was reduced, but inferencing was still high. And so with inferencing, you know that this model, the 671 billion parameter model, is running on 40 racks of GPUs. SummitNova today's announcement, we're able to run that in one single 10 kilowatt rack. One rack, 10 kilowatts, running the entire 671 billion parameter model. And we're announcing that today is available to select customers today. And next few weeks, we're going to make it open on the cloud. So really excited about announcing those things here, and really excited about that partnership. So over the next many months, several months, we're scaling this to provide 100x the global capacity of DeepSeek 671B over the course of this year. So really excited about the partnership, and thank you for having us.
Welcome to the stage, Julian Barrett-Dew, the Managing Director at KKR.
Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's just an honor for me to be here today at this incredible conference. And I think the momentum and just the excitement that you can feel here is a terrific reflection of all of the opportunity that just sits across the digital landscape here in Saudi Arabia. So thank you very much for having me. Maybe as a brief introduction, KKR is a leading global alternative asset manager. We've been around for 48 years. We have a long history of global investing. And today we manage about 640 billion across private equity, real assets, credit, and insurance. We invest across 4 countries. We have offices in 30 cities. And to us, the Gulf region, and in particular KSA, is one of our really high conviction destinations. We've been on the ground here in the region for a long time, since 2009. We've actually had an office here in Riyadh since 2013. And throughout that time period, it's just been incredible to witness the growth and the opportunity that has emerged across so many different sectors. But maybe in particular, we've been extremely impressed by the commitment and the leadership in Saudi Arabia to support the technology ecosystem. So we're very excited to be investing here, and also very excited about the partnership that we will be announcing today. Now, I sit in the infrastructure division, and for us, infrastructure is all about building the backbone that supports economic growth, and is also what has really enabled the mass adoption of some of the greatest innovations that we've seen over the last 200, 300 years. Innovations that created tremendous investment opportunity. And today, for us on a global scale, digitalization is really one of the most compelling infrastructure investment opportunities that we see. And what we have been doing at KKR for the last 15 years is really building a leading track record, investing behind mission-critical infrastructure through a disciplined and differentiated risk-based strategy. And in terms of the opportunity set in digital, as you are all very well familiar, I think we believe that the trend line will not only continue, but especially with the growth of AI, accelerate over the next 5 years and increase the technology sector's share of global GDP to 35%, or $50 trillion over time. And of course, data centers is really the backbone that supports the digital economy. And maybe just to illustrate just the scale of the demand that we're seeing, as you can see on this chart, in the US market last year, as an example, the level of data center lease-up was actually equivalent to adding one more New York City to the US power grid. And at KKR, we are uniquely positioned to invest behind these megatrends. Over time, we become a partner of choice for governments, strategics, enterprise, just given our understanding of the full technology stack, our capabilities across compute, data centers, power, fixed and mobile infrastructure, and of course also access to deep and flexible long-term capital. So maybe with that, I'm incredibly pleased to announce our partnership with Gulf Data Hub. GDH is an independent data center platform that is owned jointly by the founder, Mr. Tariq Al-Ashram, and KKR. And for us, Saudi Arabia is a key market and just an incredibly exciting investment opportunity. We already have a fully operational data center in Dammam, and we're building out more capacity in Dammam, Riyadh, and Jeddah, with a near-term plan to build 300 megawatts in the first phase. And so from a KKR perspective, I think the track record and the local capabilities and expertise of GDH, tied together with KKR's global perspective and long-standing experience in building infrastructure and infrastructure champions in data center, communications, and the power industry, creates a very powerful combination. So we look forward to this journey, and together with GDH, we really look forward to support the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's ambitions and vision to become a major digital hub and a center for innovation, not just here in the region, but on a global scale. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the stage Eric Loeb, the Executive Vice President of Global Government Affairs and Public Policy at Salesforce, and Mohammed Al-Qahtani, the Senior Vice President, Middle East Regional Leader at Salesforce.
Well, Salesforce is very, very grateful to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and to our amazing partners across government for your welcome support for our market expansion. And it's really such an exciting and special ecosystem that is here and for us to be able to be part of to support the Vision 2030. The excitement for this is just growing, and His Excellency Minister Al-Swaha and His Excellency Minister Afala and Arvind and our CEO, Mark Benioff, were just discussing the many possibilities a couple of weeks ago in Davos. And now we're just so thrilled to be here. For over 25 years, Salesforce has been at the cutting edge of innovation in support of our customers, and whether it was moving to the cloud, mobile, and now the excitement around agentic AI that we're talking about today, which we look forward to developing and localizing here. But to do all this with AI, we need an amazing human at the helm. And so I'm excited to introduce my colleague, Mohammed Al-Qahtani, our regional leader for the Middle East, who will talk about our investments that we are announcing today.
Thank you so much, Eric, for your kind words. And assalamu alaikum, everyone. Customer experience is growing in our beloved kingdom with a pace over 16% year on year. Not only that, we are blessed with a government, as His Excellency Mr. Al-Swaha mentioned earlier in the morning, fourth when it comes to the ranking with the e-government services globally. I'm honored to represent Salesforce today as the leader for the region and representing an investment of $500 million in this region. let me give you some details about this investment. The first one is our announcing our regional headquarters to be here out of Riyadh, serving the whole Middle East. Not only that, we are partnering with AWS to bring to Saudi Arabia and the region, and to serve our customers regionally and globally, the latest technology, Hyperforce. Accompanied with this, we are partnering with IBM to launch our innovation center when it comes to Salesforce, artificial intelligence, technologies. All of this will come in a local flavor. We are putting Arabic language and localization at the top of our priorities. We are also committing to upskill more than 30,000 citizens in Saudi Arabia with the latest technologies when it comes to AI. We agreed with Princess Noura University, the largest women university globally, to embed those technologies and courses in their curriculum. We are looking forward, together with Mark, Eric, and the rest of the leadership team at Salesforce, to continue supporting our Vision 2030. Thank you so much. Thank you, Eric.
Welcome to the stage Dan Hu, the Vice President of Middle East and Africa at Tencent Cloud International.
They say those who know how to play know how to live. The same wisdom applies to business. We are known for connecting players around the world through our legendary applications. We believe that play has the power to enhance every aspect of life. Play inspires, connects, energizes, unites. Play powers us. Play, powered by Tencent Cloud. With decades of experience connecting billions worldwide, we offer our partners a diverse portfolio of proven technology solutions, media and communication services, and AI-powered applications. Tencent Cloud empowers businesses to play better. We now bring the innovation to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Play well with Tencent Cloud.
Your Excellency, Engineer Abdullah Al-Swaha, the Minister to MCIT, Your Excellency Haitham Al-Hili, Vice Minister and Deputy Ministers, Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dan Hu. I'm the Vice President for Tencent Cloud covering Middle East and North Africa region. I have been living and working in the region since 2010, over 15 years, with a number of visits to the region, to the kingdom, and a number of projects here. Saudi and the Middle East is my second hometown. I'm very pleased to be here at LEAP, where all of us, we are witnessing the remarkable progress of digital transformation in the kingdom. I would like to take this opportunity to give you the latest update of Tencent Cloud in the kingdom. All of us, we are inspired by Vision 2030 and the Saudi gaming and esports national strategy. As we can foresee, by the year of 2030, the gaming and the esports market is projected to reach $13.3 billion by the year of 2030. And also, 5G network covers more than 90% of the major cities. Huge market, great market. And as you just went through the Tencent Cloud video, Tencent, as a global company, we have served over 1 billion internet users across the globe. And we have built a global mobile games ecosystem with some of very well-known games, for example, PUBG Mobile and Honor of Kings, which are phenomenal games in the kingdom, in the region, and globally. While we see a strong demand, especially from local market, of a robust cloud computing infrastructure, which is becoming crucial. And that's the reason we are here. Today, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very excited to announce that Tencent Saudi Cloud region will be operational by this year, 2025. Right here, right now. So the Tencent Cloud Saudi region will be the first cloud region of Tencent Cloud global network for Middle East and North Africa region. And it will be part of our global data center network of 58 availability zones across 21 regions across the globe. The Tencent Cloud Saudi region will be starting with 2 availability zones, full redundancy. It's a full-fledged cloud infrastructure in IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. IaaS including computing, networking, security, and PaaS. We have very featured PaaS product, including big data, AI, our very featured media service, for example, live streaming, real-time communication, and super app as service. So I think the timing couldn't be better for now. Why? Because the kingdom is preparing to host 2025 Esports World Cup and the Olympics. And I think the upcoming Tencent Cloud Saudi region will contribute to support these big events. And as part of our investment, Tencent commit to invest $150 million for the local infrastructure, resource, and partnerships over the next few years to support the Kingdom Vision 2030. And here we would like to showcase some of our regional customers, like BYD, the leader of new energy, like Zentech, the regional leader for digital solutions, along with Lulumoney, C-Light, PlaySound, Light Chat. So as the Tencent Cloud Saudi region is coming by 2025, please, all of you guys, explore Tencent Saudi Cloud region and partner with us. Shukran. Thank you very much.
Please welcome to the stage His Excellency Abdullah Al-Sawaham, the Minister of Communication and Information Technology, and Arvind Krishna, Chairman and CEO of IBM.
So welcome, Arvind, once again to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. You're a leap, usual right now. This is your third leap or fourth?
This is my third leap.
Third.
Also, I think maybe the fourth time we meet in the last 12 months. So that is also
a
good
we
signal.
met much more than
Yeah.
that. But speaking of meetings, Arvind, one thing I learned from His Royal Highness is that every leader in the 21st century must be able to call out market trends, be able to look and pick up these signals, have an amazing ability to zoom in and zoom out as necessary, and allocate resources to make sure that we can lead and leapfrog in the 21st century. What happened in the past few weeks was quite interesting with DeepSeek, prior to that with the move from generative AI to agentic AI, And I think no leader in the industry can really help educate all of us, the leaders in the room, the youth, the women, the talent, about picking out market transitions and where the market is heading. So why don't you share to us from your perspective as a long veteran of IBM and somebody that practically doubled the market cap of IBM and brought it back to the spotlight. So congratulations on that, and the floor is yours, my friend.
Thank you. So thank you, Your Excellency, and thank you also for noticing our performance. Look, I'll point to, you're right, we have to look at trends, and if you're after a trend, you can leverage it, but you're not going to get a lot of value usually. So what His Excellency is talking about is picking up faint signals. Something is happening. Is there a technology community excited? Are there some very early adopters who are just waiting to get to it? And I'll point to three very simply. I noticed a couple of the announcements, people use the word sovereign. I'll use the word hybrid, but it means sort of the same thing. People want to have control over some things. They might be willing to let some things run elsewhere, but you have to have this capability for sovereignty, and it gets enabled through what we would call hybrid cloud, which is also a word that got used. We picked up that trend about 7 years ago, and we now have the leading portfolio in that. We're very happy to bring that to the kingdom. As His Excellency and other people in the room know, that's one early one. AI. Look, people are excited about AI, but AI for numerical purposes has been used for 20 years. So what we should be careful of, the reason for the excitement is that AI is the closest we have come to be able to read and to be able to understand what may be behind everything that we read. The word understand may be a bit too much, but it does a pretty good job of getting there. I think that is very exciting. And the reason His Excellency mentioned DeepSeek, I have been a believer, and I have said to His Excellency for 2 years now, I believe the cost of training will become 1%, so 1 over 100 of what it used to be. And I think DeepSeek was a proof point of that. And I believe the cost of inference will be even lower than that. It'll be less than 1% of what it is today. You bring all these together, and you suddenly are going to democratize AI because you can build models in different places, and you can run them everywhere. We saw some great examples of that in the announcements that were being made. And the last trend I'll point out is these are all still digital CMOS technologies. And another breakthrough that I think is now 2-3 years around the corner is on quantum computing. We're very excited to be working on that with some members in the kingdom, but I believe quantum will open up in an area that is, for the kingdom is exciting, all about materials, energy, oil and gas, maybe pharmaceuticals, areas that are critical to the kingdom and that are very much part of Vision 2030. So maybe those are some early signals.
You know I can't help myself ask you a few questions on quantum, but we're going to come to that. But Arvind, as a leader who really transformed IBM from a hardware company to software and services, and if you recall, you really was behind the cloud acquisition and entering from the mainframe to the PC to the cloud for IBM and looking at the different optimizations. If we draw parallels, I mean, everybody was talking about the cloud optimization, how the innovation trigger took place, the orchestration layer, all of these trigger points. Within AI, we just have seen some optimizations on compute and algorithms. Where do you believe will be the next wave of optimizations, as you have articulated, that will trigger those units of economics for diffusion and proliferation of this general purpose technology?
So the first, which I think is very underestimated, right now all the fascination is with these large models that serve everybody. I'll call them, and the world of technology has shown that those are always very powerful and well used. Currently, domain-specific models are only 1% of what is used. By domain-specific, I mean something which may be used in a steel mill, something which may be used for upstream oil and gas, something which may be used in an industrial process. That's a domain-specific. We believe in the next 3 to 4 years, those become over half of all deployed models. That is an area we all have to go innovate to make it correct. What is the area on how you train these models? How do you deploy these models? How do you run them? But most importantly, how do you begin to bring domain knowledge on top of base models to begin to get that? I think that is a really big and important area that is going to come, and that is going to fundamentally transform how things work. And I think that that's a big advantage and opportunity here in the kingdom.
I couldn't agree with you more. Leveraging our captive market, and when we spoke about this, you need a minimum of 30-ish million user base. Capital market when it comes to the investment, the energy, the momentum, the ecosystem. I couldn't agree with you.
The data, you happen to have a very rich collection of data from some of the industries that are here. You've had a successful oil and gas, refining,
Thank you for that mainframe. 1947, was it?
1947 was the first installation
and 90 years worth of data, 15 trillion tokens worth of data in the oil and gas to really deliver on the promise of agentic AI and autonomous AI within the industrial age. You love quantum, so we have to talk about quantum. Everybody, your peers within the industry, some of them are saying quantum is 20 years out. Some of your closer peers in the industry, they're saying it's 5 to 10-year problem statement. And some of them, it's all about the error correction piece. What's your projection and what's your bet as IBM?
3 to 5 years.
3 to 5 years.
3 to 5 years.
Okay, you heard it here first in Leap.
And I'll give you a couple of proof points. One can imagine people like the University of Chicago, the National Labs, University of Illinois, State of Illinois, kind of are serious people. They think about their investments carefully, like the kingdom does. And they're putting a lot of money down for a national quantum algorithmic center in Illinois. I'm hoping that we'll duplicate some of those things here also. But they want to see what problems can be progressed in the rich area of materials and financial risk. But the fact that people now want to put money on algorithms tells you that they believe the hardware is coming and is going to be there in a short amount of time. Yes, error correction is important for some problems. It is not important in its full extent for all problems. And the simple intuition for you, the world of physical materials has imperfections, otherwise known as errors. And the world still works. So which problems also can be scaled even bigger before we get to the world of full error correction, I think is going to be an important area. But I stick to my prediction. In 3 to 5 years, we will see something amazing on quantum computers.
It reminds me when the whole industry was saying you cannot build a training model with a floating point precision of 8. And we were proven right when we took a bet on that optimization.
Yes.
You bet on Alam. You were the first company to make it available within your Watson X.
Yes.
You've built an innovation in an AI and a software development house with Sadaya, MCIT, and the whole ecosystem, and you've trained it. And I think you're here to double down on these investments. So can you share about the next chapter?
Absolutely. So when I stood here last year with His Excellency, we talked about that at that point we're about to start on an AI R&D lab over here. So with help from the Ministry of Investment, from MCIT, from MIST, and in cooperation with Sadaya, we said we're going to stand this up. When His Excellency asked me, I said we are absolutely going to hire a lot of Saudi nationals, not just bring expats or those expats who are already here. And that number has surprised me to the upside. Over 70% of our hires in there are Saudi nationals, not expats. So that is a really positive statement. We are also ahead of schedule. I told you that I expect that we should be getting maybe by the end of 25 to 100. We are close to that already. I think we'll double it again over the next year or so. So those are really positive statements. But to also talk about, I'll call it a public-private partnership. To me, it was a very simple observation. The minister talked about looking at signals. Who has more knowledge of Arabic than the kingdom here. So if we want to lean into and get, he talked about not biases, I'll talk about something that is more authentic to an Arabic speaker, leveraging Alam and leveraging the expertise of Sadaya to then bring that and take it to the world, because there's a lot of Arabic speakers, by the way, not just in the kingdom, there's Arabic speakers across the world, and to bring it there, I think is extremely powerful. And now to do all the next steps, how to add domain knowledge to it, how to add distillation to it, are all the things that we look forward to doing in combination with the ministries, with the kingdom, and with our team, a lot of whom are now here.
Well, my dear friend, as a lifelong partner and a friend of the kingdom, you've taken a bet on the kingdom, and we have grown together successfully. So thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Arvind. Thank you, my dear friend. Thank you. Please.
Please welcome Enrique Lores, President and CEO, HP Inc.
Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having us here. I want to start by congratulating all of you for this fantastic event. LEAP in the last 3 years has become one of the key technology events in the world, and just see how many of us are here today showing our technology, displaying what are the plans that we have to grow in the kingdom. And I want to also thank and congratulate the kingdom for the progress that is being made. Every time I come to Saudi, I'm surprised by the energy, by the progress that is being made executing the 2030 vision. I don't think there is a country in the world where there is so much alignment from the government to every citizen in terms of what is the direction and what needs to be done. And it's not only about the vision, it's also about the execution that is happening and the progress that is happening every day. So really, congratulations. Today, we have heard from many companies how AI is transforming the technology world. How all of us are going to be using AI to be more productive, to transform the experience that our customers get. And this is also where HP is focused. But we are focused in a very specific problem, and we have a very unique way of addressing that. We are focused in defining what we call the future of work, in defining how all of us will be working in the future. And we want to achieve two different goals. We want to continue to increase productivity, enable all of our clients to drive growth, but we also want to do that in a way that will increase the fulfillment of our employees, that will make our teams to feel better about the work that they do. And this is very important. We measure every year what is the satisfaction all over the world of employees. How do they feel about the work that they do? And the numbers are very low, actually. Less than 30% of the people in the world feel good about the job that they do. And this is important not only to make them feel good, because this also determines how productive they are at work. So the goal that we have on HP, the strategy that we have, is about improving productivity, while at the same time, we will be improving fulfillment of employees. So it's a very specific problem that we are addressing in a very specific way as well. It's not only about addressing AI at the cloud, it's about enabling AI at the edge, integrating AI into every device that we use in our normal work, in our PCs, in our printers, in our headsets, in the communication devices that we do. And this is important because this will enable the companies to do it in a cheaper way than accessing the cloud, in a more secure way, because you will have the data locally. You don't have to upload and download the data. But also because in many occasions, this will address one of the key problems that we have, which is latency. How much time it takes to get data back and forth. That's the problem that we are addressing, and that's the opportunity that we see in front of us. And we think that the work that we are doing here in the Kingdom and that we are going to be expanding over the next years is going to play a fundamental role in this strategy. In fact, the key reason why I'm here today is to make 3 key announcements. First of all, we are going to be producing and building computers in the Kingdom. And in 2025, thank you. And we have the goal that in 2025, we will be the company that will produce the first PCs here in the Kingdom. You have heard from some of our competitors that they will do that as well, and these are actually great news, because it's not only about building the factory, it's about building a full ecosystem of suppliers, and the more companies that come to the Kingdom, the better it will be for all of us, but also for the Kingdom itself. So we really welcome other companies to come as well. Our goal is to start with PCs that we will be producing here for the Kingdom, but we believe that given the geographical position of Saudi, we can use those factories to serve other countries around. And this is the plan that we have for the next years, to expand the type of products that we will be building here, and also to move to be able to produce products for the region that we will be serving from Saudi. Second big announcement is related to AI and to enable the development of models locally. Arvin was very clear when he was talking about the new type of models that are being developed. They are domain-specific knowledge. Our goal is to be able to run this domain-specific knowledge in our products to do it locally, but those models need to be developed solving and thinking about a specific problem about a specific industry. And we are going to be building a development center in Saudi in close collaboration with local entities to make sure that we build the capabilities locally to develop these models and to build these models. This is a model that we have put in place in a few other countries in the world, and we have seen how successful it is, both to develop local talent, but also to have a very strong impact in those companies that we will be working with to develop and to build those models. Increases productivity and develops the talent in the country. And the last announcement is about extending the work and doubling down in the work that we have been doing over the last years to develop local talent in Saudi, in the Kingdom. Over the years, we have developed programs to train teachers, to make them able to teach their students with technology, to show how technology can improve their results. And we have local programs and programs where we send local teachers to global universities to train and to get developed, and we're going to continue and intensify those programs. We have also initiatives to develop people that will have to define the education policies. And we have seen that this is very important because you need to define the right curricula to develop the right training in the country. And finally, we have also initiatives like the HP Gaming Garage, where we train students, where we let young people have access to technology to show them how technology can really help them to grow, to develop, to become professionals, or even in many cases, to develop and to build their own companies, to become entrepreneurs. So that's not only about building products here, it's about developing R&D and developing models here and continuing to train and to develop the country. We are extremely excited about the opportunities that we have. We see the progress that is being made with the Vision 2030 program. We believe that in a very humble way, we can help and contribute to accelerate that, and we are very proud of the progress we have made in the Kingdom during the last years. So thank you for your attention today, and more important, thank you for the partnership over the last years. Thank you.
Our thanks to Enrique Lores. Please welcome Ahmed El-Khoueta, Executive Vice President, Technology and Innovation, Aramco.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Your Highnesses, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by thanking His Excellency Minister Abdallah Swaha, the Minister of Communications and Information Technology. Under his leadership, LEAP has become one of the world's leading technology conferences and a must-visit destination for entrepreneurs, executives, and even technology enthusiasts. This is just the 4th edition of LEAP, but every year it gets bigger and better. And as many of you know, we at Aramco are proponents of technology, developing, deploying, and driving cutting-edge innovation. Not only because our main products, energy and chemicals, are essential for the technology our world depends on, but because we recognize the immense power technology has to transform our own industry and the world. We know this because technology has driven so much change over the last 100 years. But the advent of artificial intelligence and big data is taking us into a new world with almost limitless opportunity at a pace I don't believe we have ever seen before. For our business, it's helping our environment by improving sustainability, it's helping our people by improving safety, and it's helping our customers by improving reliability. Reliability alone in unplanned downtime and equipment failures costs industries across the world about $1 trillion globally. So that's about equal to the GDP of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, roughly. So new AI models will allow us to predict future health of equipment, minimize failures before they happen. Just one small example. Not only does this mean increased equipment availability, but also reduced impact on the environment. So our use of AI actually starts at exploration. We're using our old seismic data, which we utilized in the past, which we utilized traditional approaches, seismic, rigorous mathematical approaches, and reprocessing them with AI. And we are now able to generate new results from old data, which creates great savings. In production, we are becoming more and more accurate, and we're able to drive our drilling operations autonomously to be able to maximize production, reducing costs, and reducing emissions. So those are just a few examples of AI applications. But the real challenge is not to actually develop AI applications, but rather how to scale it across industrial-sized operations, not just to utilize it, but to maximize value. And maximizing its potential requires three main elements, three main enablers. One is tremendous amounts of real-world data. You need the data first. Then you need to be able to put in place computing power, computing infrastructure to be able to do the models. Although recently, given DeepSeek's success, maybe not as much as we thought before. But finally, and probably the most important element, which I think we tend to forget in our excitement around technology, is you need the talent. You need the subject matter experts who can tell you if the model is telling the truth or not. These three factors are helping Aramco get ahead and stay ahead. We have more than 90 years of proprietary data from our extensive geological, seismic, and process surveys, and every day we collect information equivalent to about 10 billion data points across all our facilities, which goes straight to our Engineering Solutions Center. All of this helps us to optimize our performance. And this was recognized recently, yet again, with an unprecedented 5th Global Lighthouse Award from the World Economic Forum, this time for our North Ghawar oil-producing complex. We are the only international energy company to have more than 3 of these awards, which recognize the adoption of 4th Industrial Revolution technologies. And when it comes to computing power, we've been investing heavily recently. We recently increased our data storage capacity to 1,500 petabytes, and we doubled our data center computing power. We operate a diverse set of supercomputers, including Dammam-7, one of the fastest in the region, and a number of NVIDIA SuperPods recently. And last year we announced, as we said this morning, our partnership with Grok to deliver the first AI inferencing center in the region, and I'm glad to say that together we have delivered on time and on budget. Last year we also announced the launch of Aramco MetaBrain, the world's first industrial large language model. Today it's serving our business with a 70 billion parameter model, and I'm excited to say we are in the development of a 1 trillion parameter model. And as DeepSeek showed, building capable AI models isn't limited to global tech companies. It is within the reach of enterprises, even startups, to design AI suited to their own businesses. We have believed this from the beginning, developing our own models with our own data, which is why it gives me great pleasure to introduce our latest innovation, Plant MetaBrain, a time series transformer model utilizing large time series data sets. Using these large data sets, we're able to model the process, the real-time processes that underlie our operations. And we are able to provide actionable insight in real time to operators, engineers, and scientists. By working in real time with minimal user input, we anticipate demand, optimize operations, predict product qualities, and maximize production. This will free up our experts to focus on more value-added tasks rather than being busy with troubleshooting and actually developing models from the ground up. There's no point in having a treasure trove of data or the latest cutting-edge infrastructure if the talent is not there, the human talent to take advantage of it. And at Aramco, we believe our AI is only as good as our HI, our human intelligence. And this is why we are training more than 6,000 AI developers across the company. And we're working with world's leading institutions like Imperial College, Caltech, KAUST, to put hundreds of our employees through advanced degree courses. We're also using the engineers, scientists, and operators we already have to work with those AI developers to train new models, making them more robust and more reliable. Before I conclude, I want to take a step back. All these new models, all these supercomputers have to be powered from somewhere. Right now, AI and data centers consume about 3% of global electricity demand. Indeed, with all the developments we're talking about here at LEAP and elsewhere, estimates predict this demand may double by the end of the decade. Notwithstanding the recent model developments, I still believe the energy demand is actually potentially even higher. Why do I say that? Because training, yes, was perceived to be a huge energy consumer. But by bringing down the cost of training, in many ways, we've created a bigger market because that makes the use and the inference of models much more affordable for a much larger consumption around the world. We can imagine that inference now will go to devices, as we talked about, AI at the edge, even machines, cars. And if that happens, then we can imagine a tremendous amount of energy required to serve that tremendous inference demand. So Aramco is well placed to help meet this increased demand for affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy. Our investments in lower carbon technology like carbon capture and storage, hydrogen, and renewables can help to lower the carbon footprint of this growth in demand. The development of all, of course, are being enabled and accelerated by AI. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, Aramco is not only using our unique size and scale to maximize the use of AI on an industrial scale, but our decades worth of data, and most importantly, our subject matter experts, the talent of our people. That keeps the human experience and human ingenuity at the heart of all we do, and will let us leap into a new world of industrial excellence. Thank you.
Our thanks to Ahmad Al-Khwaita.
The future isn't something we wait for. It's something we create. We shape a world driven by purpose, enabled by innovation. In the energy world, technology becomes our compass, where every data point holds a story. Advanced AI and human ingenuity converge to yield transformational innovations. Meet Aramco MetaBrain for plants. Aramco's own large time series transformer model, empowering our business with unrivaled performance, streamlined, versatile, proactive, uncovering the unseen, spotting concerns before they become problems, enabling informed actions fast, transforming our work and lives, taking us ever forward. This is the age of AI transformation, of people and companies that don't just adapt to change, but drive it, because progress doesn't wait, and neither do we. The question isn't where the world is going. It's how far we're ready to take it.
Please welcome Akash Palkhiwala, COO and CFO, Qualcomm.
His Excellency and esteemed guests, thank you for having me here. I'm Akash Palkhiwala. I'm CFO and COO of Qualcomm, and just very excited to be here, be a part of this event. Today, I'm going to talk about two separate topics. First, I'll introduce Qualcomm and everything we're doing on AI and how we're partnering as a part of that, working with the kingdom on transforming AI in the region and beyond. So a little bit about Qualcomm. We started off as a wireless technology company. We invented 3G, and then we led 4G, led 5G. But as the smartphone changed, we went from being a wireless technology company to a connected computing company. We have the best wireless technology, the best computing technology, and the leading AI technology, and we bring it together in all edge devices. So you think about phones, PCs, cars, robotics devices, industrial devices, augmented virtual reality devices. All these devices have our chips in them, and we bring the technology we have into each one of them. If you think about all of you and the phones in your pocket, most of those phones are powered by Qualcomm. So we're very happy to participate in this room through our technology. Let's talk about AI. We've been using AI for a very long period of time. 10 years ago, we were using AI in our cameras. 5 years ago, we were using AI to improve the video you would see on your phones. 2 years ago, we were using AI within 5G wireless technology. But last 2 years, something changed. Generative AI came in, and then suddenly AI could think like a person, understand like a person. They could understand the context of a conversation. And that changed everything. And this represents a unique opportunity for us, for all of us. It's a once-in-a-generation transformation of the technology industry, and we're very happy to lead it with the kingdom. So when people talk about AI, it's mostly a conversation about cloud AI. And we all know everything that has happened in the cloud. Incredible. There is training, there is inference, lots of use of cloud AI. Qualcomm's vision is that the next generation of AI is going to be on device. It's not going to be just on the cloud. Why on device? Tremendous advantages of doing something on device. It's your personal information. If you're running an AI use case on your personal data, you want it to be private, you want it to be secure, you want it to be very quick. And the only way to do that is to run the model on the device. Also, it turns out that it's free. You already have your device. There's computing capacity sitting on the device. Why go to the cloud and use very expensive cloud resources? You can run it on the device for free. And there is tremendous advantage to this. So Qualcomm has a very clear vision that as we look forward, most of AI inference use cases will start running on the device. Something else changed over the last month. We came in with the next cycle of innovation within AI. You talk about DeepSeek, but it's not just that. It's really all the models using new technologies like reasoning, like specific agents for the type of AI you're trying to do. And what that does is it completely changes how on-device AI is going to work. The models become stronger, smaller, they come in faster, they become more accurate. And that allows you to run these use cases on the device a lot more efficiently than you could do before. So we're very excited that as things change in AI, it's changing in favor of more use cases running on device rather than in the cloud. This is a new concept. We think of AI as the next UI. At some point, 20 years ago, UI was about writing a line of code. Then we had the mouse and the graphical user interface come in. After that, we had the touch interface. Now AI is going to be just a conversation. You're going to use AI to be the new UI, and I'll give you a couple examples. First is you're in a car, and you're driving on a bridge, and you want to ask the car, I don't know the name of the bridge. What bridge is this? And car is going to respond back to you and say it's the Golden Gate Bridge. Another example is something that Samsung talked about in their GS25, Galaxy 25 phone announcement. This is a way in which you can ask a very complex question to a phone. You can say, can you look at my calendar and see if I'm available at 5 p.m. tomorrow? And if I'm free, please send an email to Wasim asking if he wants to meet for coffee. And please put a reminder on my calendar. And the AI will be able to understand the context of the entire comment and then do the action on it. So our view is AI becomes the next UI going forward. And Qualcomm is building everything that's needed to make this AI happen. This is not just about the hardware that we're putting in our chip. We have the best CPU in the industry. We have an incredibly powerful GPU. And we have a very low power NPU which runs AI use cases but doesn't use much power in a battery powered device. Super important that you have low power AI when you're running it in a phone or a PC. So we have all those technologies, but we also have the software stack. We also have orchestration. We also have tools. And all these combined allows you to use industry standards like PyTorch, Onyx, TensorFlow to develop AI applications that are super important. So we're very proud of this platform that we've built. And what we're doing with this platform is we're bringing it to developers through our AI hub. What is the AI hub? I'll give you a simple example. If you're a developer, you can take your application, you can come to our AI hub, take a model, integrate into your application, and then test it on a device in a cloud, all within 5 minutes with 5 lines of code. We make it very easy to develop AI applications using the AI hub. Now we're taking all these things and saying, how do we take this technology and work with the kingdom and bring this technology to the region? And over the next few slides, I'll talk about all the initiatives we have in place. At the Global AI Summit in Riyadh a few months ago, we started our interaction with Aramco for the first time. And we said we're going to take our Gen AI use cases and bring it to industrial IoT at the edge. Today, we're very happy to announce that we now have an industrial AI 5G phone in the 450 megahertz spectrum that allows deployment of industrial applications, working very closely with Aramco on this. This will give the users another way to deploy advanced industrial applications at the edge. Examples of the phone are on display at the Aramco stand. The next initiative we are starting is Design in Saudi with AI. This is a program that's a combination of Qualcomm, Aramco, and RDIA. And what we're doing is we're going to make it very easy for application developers to develop applications using AI, IoT, and wireless technology. Qualcomm has done this in several other geographies. Several hundred companies have benefited from it. We're now bringing it to the kingdom, and we're going to help companies develop these technologies and applications. We talked about this earlier today. It's the first AI PC using Alam, and we're working very closely with the kingdom to make this a reality. The magic of the chip that we are using in this device is it is the fastest processor ever made for PCs. It is the longest battery life you will ever see in a PC, and it is the most advanced Gen AI device ever made. So we're going to bring the benefit of this device to the Alam PC. And then the AI hub that I talked about earlier, we're going to bring that to the Alam ecosystem as well. So anyone can develop an application very quickly, very easily with the AI hub for an Alam PC. The developers can do it very, very easily, and we're going to make this available to developers right away. Finally, we are also enabling Alam on Qualcomm Cloud AI. So not just on the device side, but also on the cloud side. Qualcomm Cloud AI solution has exceptional performance at very low power consumption and low operational cost. So it's designed to run these workloads. Developers can access this through Alam Playground that we announced earlier today, and you can try it tomorrow at our Developer Day. Hybrid AI is critical. This is not, AI use is not just about the device, it is not about the cloud. What you really need is an agent that sits on the device and makes a decision on whether to run the use case on the device or on the cloud. And we are introducing hybrid AI as a concept that goes across our device and cloud offering with the orchestration layer that works with the Alam LLM. Extremely powerful concept that is going to improve the experience and reduce cost, both at the same time. Together with the kingdom, we are ushering a new era of AI where performance, privacy, sustainability all go together. On-device and hybrid AI are becoming a reality, and we're going to bring it to the kingdom. And there is a lot more exciting innovation coming. We're just at the beginning. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me the stage, and thank you for letting me tell you the Qualcomm story. We're excited and we're proud to be a part of the kingdom and the progress that is happening here. As everyone said, we're going to walk the talk. Thank you.
Our thanks to Akash Palkiwala. Please welcome Lord Stephen Carter, Group Chief Executive, Informa PLC.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, friends, attendees at LEAP. It just falls to me to say a few words of context about why we're here and what got us here. You will have seen that the theme for LEAP 2025 is Into New Worlds. But another way of thinking about what LEAP is it's a living, breathing example of innovation at scale. There's been a lot of discussion this morning about innovation and how you create the conditions for successful innovation. LEAP is an idea that started back in 2021 and then launched in 2022. This is LEAP 4. And one of the powerhouses behind it, His Excellency Al-Swah, who I often describe as really the founder shareholder in LEAP. It was in part his vision, his idea, his belief in the power of future technologies that designed an idea or created the circumstance for an idea which became what you're experiencing today. Like all good new ideas, you need to find a partner, you need to find investment capital, you need to be willing to take risk, and you need to be able to learn from your mistakes. This is our second year here at Malham, at LEAP. For those of you who have been here before, I hope you would agree that the experience has gone up a notch in navigability, access, participation, traffic management, as well as the quantity of speakers, the quality of speakers, the number of investors, the number of exhibitors, and indeed the level of cutting-edge technology. One of the earlier speakers talked about the power of public-private partnerships. In some ways, LEAP, or the company that stages it, Tahaluf, is a public-private partnership. We're the private side, but actually a key driver of what became the success that is Tahaluf and is Leap, was the partnership with SAF and specifically with Faisal Al-Khamasi, who does that thing that's very hard to do, which is to be innovative and agile whilst operating in conjunction with public authorities. We've now been in partnership for 4 years, and we have gone from strength to strength and innovation to scale. We created a company, a joint venture partnership. We have 51% of it. 49% of it is owned by public entities here in Saudi Arabia. And since that standing start, we now have over 350 colleagues, a mixture of international and Saudi colleagues based here in Saudi Arabia. We have in relatively short order become one of the leading developers of branded event experiences in multiple markets, in finance, in healthcare, in commercial real estate, in technology, in cybersecurity, and with more to come. You will all know that the economic multiplier effect of high-scale experiential events with tens, 20s, hundreds of thousands of attendees for the location is 4x, 8x, 10x, depending upon the audience, depending upon the location. All of what we're doing is contributing to the community that is the Leap community, but is also contributing to the creation or the establishment of Riyadh as a global destination city. In my company, we have the opportunity to work with every global city in the world. And I can tell you, having been doing this now for many years, that Riyadh is firmly putting itself on the map as one of the leading global cities of the world. The theme really of this year's subject, or the dominating discussion, is self-evidently AI. I went to an AI event, not actually one of ours, a few months ago, and I stole this slide because I thought it summarized really what I've seen over the last 3 or 4 years. A general purpose technology which, when we were first presented with it, I first saw at the back end of 22 an AI demonstration, and the audience reaction was, wow, if that really can be made available at an affordable cost at scale, that's really going to be quite something. Then in 2024, most of the discussion, certainly in the public markets, became a question about, well, how's that going to happen? How do you deal with customization? How do you deal with sovereignty? How do you deal with inference? How do you deal with latency? How do you deal with cost? How do you deal with the energy implications? Now in 2025, certainly I find when I'm talking to the markets, and I'm sure many of you here find the same, the market's view is it's now. This is not a 10-year cycle, it's a 3 to 4 year cycle. And at Leap 2025, you're seeing multiple examples of what that now could really mean for your business, your brand, your products, your customers, your country, and your own existing technology stack. The world of AI is moving at an extraordinary pace, and the DeepSeek change to the economics of training and development of LLMs is just one example of that. In my own company, we are using it at rapid scale. We have a version of what we saw demonstrated on the stage, which we've built inside our own company, which we call Elysia. And Elysia basically allows all of the colleagues in my company to have real-time discussion, discovery, answer to content queries, enable you to scope and scale a product or a service or a schedule or a speaker faculty or an event program or a cost structure. It's going to change the way in which our business works in the next 2 to 3 years beyond recognition. And we are using it in a whole variety of different ways. These are practical examples today of how we are using NLP or machine learning or AI to do different things, whether it's audience analysis or data deduplication or content recommendations or vendor management, audience analysis, transcription, content indexing, authentication, validation in our publishing and content businesses and our data businesses. The multiplication of the use cases of AI is going to continue at pace over the coming years. And then you get into generative AI. We are a content business as well as an organizing business. We own over 250 media brands. We have a very large research and scientific publishing business in the group. And so there are very interesting questions about speed to creation, authentication, accuracy, validation, independence, not to mention copyright and recognition. But the value of generative AI, whether it's in generation or interpretation or summarization or correlation, we are seeing those pace up day after day, week after week, month after month. So really, I just wanted to welcome you to LEAP 2025. We're extraordinarily proud of what we have helped to co-create and build here. This is an extraordinary gathering of the cutting edge of the technology community. And all great ideas really need to have a single North Star. And the single North Star that His Excellency and our partner, Faisal, and my own colleagues in Taalouf, in the LEAP team in particular, worked out very early on, was first of all, focus on future technologies, hence the name, the clues in the name. Secondly, every year try to improve the experience. Thirdly, make it a mixture of the now and the future. So bring technology and investment together in a place where you can accelerate idea and innovation. And then don't forget the logistics. Keep trying to make the logistics better. The navigation, the arrival, the discovery, the signage, the ability to be able to work your way around the city and indeed around the location. I hope we're making progress. I hope you're getting something out of it. This is only year 4. I've been in this business now for nearly 15 years. We launch 25 new products a year. Do the maths on that. I've seen 325 new product launches. I have never seen anything of this scale, of this content, of this impact, and of this reach anywhere in the world other than here in Riyadh. And you're getting to experience it. Give us your feedback, but while you're here, lean in. I hope it gives you what you want and maybe a little bit more. And many thanks for being here and enjoy your time in Riyadh. Thank you very much.
Our thanks to Lord Carter. Well, don't forget that this week LEAP is home to thousands of exhibiting brands, over 1,000 speakers, delivering over 600 sessions for 400 hours of content. Don't forget you can download the official LEAP 2025 app on your Play Store and from the App Store. And don't forget to update your profile to make the most of the matchmaking facilities. There are 17 stages across these 4 days at LEAP. And if you're feeling peckish, it's about that time. Grab a bite at the food festival with dozens of food choices and live experiences. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your panelists. Mikko Lavanti, CEO, Saudi Arabia, Nokia. Dr. Suleiman Mirdad, CEO, Kiwa. Talal Al-Bakr, CEO, SCCC. And your moderator, the business journalist, Martina Fuch.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Masal khair. Hello, everybody. Great to be back at LEAP. What an exciting first day. I hope everybody's having a great time. We have no time to waste here on stage with the three gentlemen here because we want to talk about the business outlook for these companies active here in the kingdom. And I would like to, first of all, give the mic to Mikko, who works at Nokia and is the CEO for Saudi Arabia. Let's start and dive right into the topic of your business outlook for 2025 here in the kingdom. You have such a long experience, Mikko. You worked in China, you worked in the Middle East, and now here in Saudi, where your regional headquarters is. How do you view the market here?
First of all, salam alaikum. I'm extremely happy to be here, and I would like to thank our host of allowing us to have the regional headquarters here in Saudi Arabia. We come here, of course, as a very long history as Nokia, but the outlook for 2025 is amazing. We are coming into the middle, of course, of the Saudi Vision 2030, where we talk about the AI, we talk about the cloudification, we talk about all the digital services, and nothing of this will work without the networks. And that's, of course, where we are benefiting for this year. So there are multiple national projects. So I start by talking about the WBB, which is the government investment on rural areas to help the rural Saudi Arabia to be also connected. We talk about the basically mission critical that was just recently announced for STC that will actually connect all the government ministries in a secure way. We talk about the new C-band that has been allocated for the customers, which actually will bring the 5G advance and pave the way towards the 6G. We talk about the connectivity of all the data centers because that will need the best optical network. So that's one of the things we are looking forward for here. And then, of course, we bring the AI in different ways. So, for example, last year, we worked with our Monterey product with STC during Hajj, and we built the best performance based on the AI, cognitive AI. And what we did with that one was we touched the network 100,000 times during the 3 days. So these are just some of the examples that we work on here, and I'll talk more about the regional headquarters later on, but I'm excited to be here.
Same here. I can't wait to expand my network here as well, 5G, but 6G. And before we go to the next panelist, I do have a question out of curiosity. 5G is not enough anymore. When is 6G coming?
Well, I told you beforehand, I have my own 5G product. It's my 5 daughters, 5 girls.
He has 5 daughters, so 5G, 5.
And I have stopped production, so 6G is too much for me. But on the more serious side, so of course, the technology, if we see what is happening with cognitive AI, what type of things are coming to the enterprise sector, to security. So 6G will be much more about building the networks that sense, think, and act. So it will be much more towards the 2000, beyond actually the Vision 2030. And here in Saudi, of course, looking at the Expo in Riyadh, looking at the World Cup, looking at the Asia Games, so all of these will be places where we'll see some of the services that we cannot even imagine today. So that's why we need 6G.
I can't wait for 6G, not your 6th daughter, but 6G network. Mr. Talal, so great to meet you finally here on the stage. Now, SCCC is, of course, such a big player in Saudi Arabia. We see it here at LEAP as well. And the slogan of LEAP is Into New Worlds. So apart from the G networks, we also have AI, of course, which is a buzzword. How does SCCC enable AI in the private, but also the public sectors?
Thank you very much. I'm very excited about LEAP this year. We're seeing amazing momentum. As you mentioned, AI is at the epicenter of everything we're talking about today. Like Mikko talked about, AI has been used in real-life use cases today, and it continues to evolve. And as everybody knows, 2 weeks ago, we had an amazing revelation in AI, specifically with the announcement of DeepSeek and what it could do. And that was something very eye-opening to a lot of us. So we're seeing today that a lot of government entities and a lot of private sector entities are looking at using large language models in actual use cases. And we're seeing people more interested in not just the training of models, but actually getting tangible use cases that they can get outcomes from and that can really meet business objectives. So today we've sat down with multiple entities like the Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of Sports. All of them are interested in not only in using AI, in getting quantifiable outcomes. And what we've been working with them on is we've been building these workshops where we really start to work on how to define the problem statement and then work on tangible solutions that AI can really address and can give them outcomes that may meet their objectives.
Now we move to the labor market as well. I'm really happy to see such a diverse panel here, different industries present on stage. Suleiman, so Kiwa is an online platform for the employment services. It was launched by the Saudi Human Resources and Social Development Ministry a few years ago. Tell us a little bit about your outlook and perspective on the Saudi labor market, which is constantly evolving.
Actually, again, thank you for having us here in today's panel. Actually, at the core of the 5G and at the core of the AI is basically skills. So skills is really the core driver of this event today, and it's really a change from where we were 20 years ago, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, and we are today. So what we try to do at the Ministry of Human HRSD, is to make sure that we simplify the journey for both the talent to be acquired within Saudi or acquired from outside of Saudi Arabia. We've unified the journey. The journey previously, a couple of years ago, used to be literally a journey. You either hire somebody to take you across this journey that could take from 2 weeks to 8 months to acquire a visa, get a work permit, and alike. Where the ministry runs in a very different model today, where we want to make everything for establishments and for employees totally transparent, protecting the rights of both entities, and ensuring that everything's a click away. So today, we don't use the policies to drive the sector. The sector actually drives the policies. So all the knowledge that we have today, we have approximately 1.5 million entities in Saudi Arabia that are registered within the portal. And we have about 11 million employees where their contracts is registered within the portal. It's basically the only portal that kind of protects the rights for both employees and employers. So we actually identify the policies, we authenticate the policies, the internal HR policies, we know the employee, and we can take this person through a journey from where he is today, where he wants to become in the future. And we're doing a lot of other services that we can talk about during the panel.
You know, I lived in China for 5 years before moving back to Europe, and I'm so impressed still by the Chinese, dynamic economy and the vibrant innovation and technology sector. And I see lots of similarities here in Saudi as well with the next generation. Which are some of the skills and talents that the Saudi young people can really bring to the table, and where do we maybe lack some skills still that they should develop?
I believe technology is being a skill that's not the same as it used. I used to live in Saudi, and when I graduated a long time ago, I actually literally migrated to the United States. And I did my master's in the US, and I did my PhD in the US, and I came back with an idea for a startup. I came to people to look at investments. Everybody told me, do you have a land? What are you selling me? I tell them I'm selling an idea. So I literally went back to the States, raised $115 million, and created a company there, regardless whatever it is. Today, the talent pool in Saudi is so different that the market and the financials and the investors are coming through to Saudi. And one of the things we do in the portal itself is to cater to these businesses, the SMEs in many ways. We connect startups with investors both nationally and internationally, and we do a lot of things to ensure that this local skill stays locally, and we also attract both foreign investments and foreign skills to Saudi.
Yeah. On that point, Miko, I'm very surprised positively that Nokia decided to set up your regional headquarters here in Saudi and not elsewhere in the GCC. Where do you see the biggest potential here in the economy right now?
I think, first of all, I want to go back to your comment about China.
Yeah, because you lived in Shanghai for 3 years.
I lived in Shanghai, and my friends are asking, how does it feel to live in Riyadh? And I said, it's just like Shanghai 15 years ago.
Yes.
Everything is being built, everything is possible, and there is a very good kind of a government support for that one. And I think that kind of links me to the regional headquarters. So we decided, and I said it to the minister, that we are not doing what the government is asking for. We want to do more. Because, so we cover actually not the MENA region, but we cover entire Middle East and Africa, 70 countries from here, from the kingdom. And what are the things? Of course, I give you some examples. So we have been seeing more and more, unfortunately maybe with the geopolitical situation, that the countries need to build business continuity. And what that means is that the critical infrastructure, like the telecommunications part of the AI, and I agree with the human capabilities. So we have built our repair center here, and that helps us to basically be able to make sure that the networks are being repaired inside the kingdom. We announced last year that we have a plan of opening a hub. This year we'll tell that we are signing an MOU with SILS, basically to build the regional hub. So that is to move the logistic chain into the kingdom, but not only for the kingdom, but for the entire region. And that's a good example where the government was extremely helpful to run a logistics center. We have thousands and thousands and thousands of parts that we have to integrate. Some of them come from Nokia, some of them come from third parties. So it's not easy to have the export, import, all these licenses, taxation. And I have to tell you that the support that we have got from all the government entities has been extremely good. Yes, I had some people in Finland who were saying, how can you run a hub from Saudi? It's going to be difficult. And my message was all the time, so please, we are expecting here to come and tell what it takes to run a regional hub. I want to go to the people. So we talk about AI, but I think it's human intelligence in the end. I'm so pleased. I see one of our ladies in front of me here as well. So we have been running now 3 years in a row. This year will be the 4th year where we cooperate with the local universities focusing on female engineers.
Yes, we need that.
And I think we need it. I mean, it's just amazing pool of energy, passion, skills that we get that way. And that has been the kind of a plan for us. So we see that this is an important element also for the local business continuity, as we are training local people to be able to know the technology. We look at beyond that. So when we talk about the AI, we have basically opened, we call it in Nokia, the Nokia monetization platform, but we basically opened our APIs, that is the software for local developers to develop services, location-based, security-based, that you can then actually, with our help, open to all the 500 major operators around the world. Again, another reason to be here. So I think I could continue with those, but it is, for us, it was a natural choice. This is the largest market in Middle East Africa. Here we have the Vision 2030 government who wants to push, we want to push. So I think it has been, I don't call it match made in heaven, but almost in heaven. So it is very, very good. I'm so happy to be here.
Finland goes Saudi. Ahlan wa sahlan. Great. Now, Talal, you mentioned the company name before, DeepSeek. What a surprise move a couple of days, almost weeks ago now. What does this mean for the AI landscape here in Saudi?
Oh, that's an interesting question. Yeah, DeepSeek really has challenged our thinking about what we can do with AI. I remember we had meetings almost 2 months ago. And we were talking about what is the potential for us to really train models. And we kept on getting hit with the assumption that there's no possible way for us to be able to train these kind of large language models because it would require hundreds of thousands of GPUs. and the latest and greatest of these GPUs running for multiple months. And when you look at the big AI companies and their valuations, the majority of the cost elements about their valuation is actually utilizing GPU cycles. So DeepSeek really challenged our thinking around that. I was one of the people who believed that we had no real capability to really do model training. Now with DeepSeek and the approach that they came up with, it has opened up our eyes. It has opened up our mind that we can really do things in a different way. We can build robust models using very basic GPUs, but we have to really approach it in a novel and interesting way. And for me, that really opened up a lot of doors and a lot of reasoning. And why is that so critical? Because Saudi has been set up in a way where it can really leverage that benefit. It has been set up to adapt to developing multiple AI engineers and data scientists and having those skill sets there, in addition to having the AI framework and Saudi, the SDAIA, Saudi Data and AI Authority has been empowered in really pushing this further. So what I believe what's going to happen here is Saudi is going to be able to play an extremely pivotal role in enabling AI because it has all the elements set in place. And the beauty about what DeepSeek was, it actually opened up our eyes that the future has not been written in stone. We can still develop, we can still innovate, and we still have a place and a role to play within AI and its development going forward.
Yeah. It was, of course, a huge disruption, right? Wake-up call, but this, of course, paves the way for new opportunities as well, especially here in this booming market. Now, Suleiman, when it comes to Kiwa, you also support the whole ecosystem here in Saudi Arabia, also SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises. Can you tell the audience a little bit more about how you exactly support SMEs?
Since we work with the Ministry of Human Resources, we actually try to drive, as I mentioned earlier, the policies that the market needs. So large companies like Aramco would have different policies than small and medium companies than startups. So a number of things that we do for startups, we give them a holiday, for example, for the first year in terms of some of the fees that they have to pay for for acquiring talent, or international talent. We give them some extra visas that they can actually do and before even kickstarting their company. We also connect them to finances from international organizations. So if you're a startup that needs financing from overseas. And of course, we do, for the market as a whole, and as we mentioned earlier, talent. Takamul also takes the knowledge of where the market is heading and what our key experiences are needed. And we know your personal experience as an individual that's registered in the market, and we can propose for you 2 different career paths. And we'll tell you, these are 2 career paths that match for you, and you can go forward with these specific training modules. And we actually can provide you in the future with the training modules that takes you from point A to point B to ensure that the Nokias and the Alibabas and the like have the talent that is required today and tomorrow. So we're not just only becoming a gateway that simplifies the process for the market, but we also try to gap both from policy side and from skill side, ensuring all parties are satisfied across the horizon.
Just out of curiosity and interest, how does the Saudi nationalization program impact Kiwa?
Actually, the national Saudization program depends on the sector you're in. So different sectors have different requirements for it. So the telecom sector, for example, at the C level, you require, for example, 75% Saudization. Cybersecurity could require a little higher because it deals with critical infrastructure. And in some areas, like in startups, we eliminate any Saudization requirements because they need to start their business. They might require some special talent, and that affects different organizations based on the level of maturity they are and the demand or the type of talent they need to acquire.
As an executive at Nokia, how do you source your talent? Is it locally, regionally, internationally, Finnish? How does it work?
So obviously, we are always complying to all the local requirements. And I think for us, there's two parts. So we, of course, have the senior leadership localized. But I think we see also extremely good opportunity bringing the young people in as well. So I think there's two parts in that sense. And I'm very pleased with both. I think if I look at the people we have in the senior leadership positions, the local people, it's important. What I would like to see more is that we would be sending Saudis to other countries as well. Yet to see that I get that working, but I think it would be important for the kingdom that you have people who go outside also to experience how is it to build business in a different country, because in the end I think we need export business also out of here. And then of course with the young talent, it's sometimes we are a little bit worried about if there's attrition that they go to another company. I'm not worried about that because people will always remember the first job, and when you treat them well and provide them opportunities. So this is the future, right? So you have to think about 10, 20 years in advance, and it's going to be great. Who knows who's going to be the CEO of one of the operators or in the future. So I'm sure that in the talent pool we have there's the future of the country as well. So
beyond the vision 2030, isn't it? Talal, of course, talent and skills is needed to also be able to remain competitive when it comes to the likes of DeepSeek as well. What other competitive solutions are you developing to really keep pace with some of those AI rivals?
Yeah, that's a beautiful question. Now we're seeing a lot of hype words. Like, for instance, we're hearing about agentic AI and different use cases around small language models in opposition to large language models. And we're seeing a lot of innovation around that. And right now, what we're seeing today, the Saudis set up in a way, and maybe Dr. Suleiman is really contributing to this. When we start to get our fresh graduates, the university programs that we're building that have specific focus on cloud and AI and all of those things, and we start to really empower them and to go to the workforce. And once they go into the workforce, a lot of times we build very robust programs for them to really get them up to speed with the latest technologies, with the latest way and the methodology that a specific organization works. And then we start to complement it with the trainings outside. So for instance, we have a program with TOEIC Academy where we support the students and people to get their continuous education on enhancing their skill sets in AI, cloud, analytical elements, and different algorithmic elements. And what we're seeing here, as we start to progress and develop those teams, we start to bring them in to an organization. And we start to partner up with our customers. And what we do is we build a sort of semi-unique team or group of people, and we push them into the customer site. And what happens here, this team is filled with 3 different verticals, or 3 different criteria of people, if you will. So we have the experts who understand the AI, who are very well versed in AI broadly. We have the subject matter experts, and then we have the trainees. The trainees are supposed to really take that discussion further within the customer's organization after the experts and the subject matter experts and the AI experts leave the organization and finish the project. So it becomes a continuous development element to continuously enhance AI, not make it a one-off project, but an evolutionary journey that just keeps on growing and growing.
That's also a great way to retain talent, right, in your ecosystem. Now, Suleiman, of course, you mentioned some of the amazing numbers that you have at Kiwa. I think 13 million users, 10 million contracts, and almost 9 million visas that you've issued over the last couple of months and years. How is your company dealing with these amazing opportunities of AI, but also the tremendous challenges?
Actually, when we look at AI, it's really a nice buzzword, right? But we don't look at we look at what is the problem that we have. Do we have a real problem that we want to tackle with a certain model that we have? And actually, most of the systems today, we've been using technologies behind the scene without calling them AI. So one example that I already mentioned, which is how do we determine what is the gap in the market based on the data that we analyze, and how do we define the career path moving forward. Other models that are very important in transparency. We have a diverse set of labor laws, whether it's the how the telecom sector affects the labor law, how the cybersecurity sector affects the labor law, how the medical sector affects the labor law, in addition to the labor law that the Human Resources Ministry puts forth. Taking all of these, putting them into a model that enables transparency and equality and fairness to both the employer and the employee. So you have one option, either hire a legal firm. Now soon you'll have another option where you go to Ask Qiwa and you will ask it certain things about labor law, whether you're a company, how many Saudis do I need to have, like you mentioned earlier. I'm an employee, I'm going to take a vacation, and now since I want to leave the company, how many, what's my end of service? How many months do I need as a notice period? Now, since we already authenticated the policies for that company, we authenticated your contract, and we know the policies of the country, we can actually come back with relevant answers that will answer you. We have a lot of also data that exists underneath the hood. I mean, we know everything about the market, about the labor, how many employees exist, how many Starbucks coffee shops are there, how many baristas work there. So this data is also provided through an AI model where you can ask it verbally certain questions, and it comes back with the right answer. So the idea is not to use AI, is how do we can utilize AI to bridge the gap that humans cannot do. And that's how we tackle it in Qiwa and in Takamul as a whole, as an organization.
At Nokia, Miko, how are you embracing AI? To which extent? And also, how worried are you? What's your perspective?
So first of all, AI, of course, is not a new invention, right? So we have been working with AI in different fronts. So if I start maybe from like R&D work, right? So of course, we are looking at the large language modules, looking at what can we do in the testing, what can we do in code creation. I think those are often a little bit difficult ones where you have to make sure that you are not breaking any patents and anything like that. But that is a significant area of course, where we are looking at how can we do that. We have what we call on the RAN side, so Radio Access Network, we have AI RAN Alliance. So we're working together with NVIDIA. I think we have SoftBank, we have T-Mobile US, where we are looking at how can we use the AI in improving the network performance. How can we create new services? And then, some other aspects of the business side there. We are using in our managed services a lot of AI in terms of network planning and optimization. So radio networks need to be optimized daily. I already mentioned earlier what happened during HUTS with STC. So we had basically our self-organizing network solution was touching the network 100,000 times in 3 days. We estimated that to be equal to about 1,200 people who have done that one. We use it internally, so all of my business reporting is also done with AI. So I'm actually trying to get rid of my boss on long term by saying that look at the Power BI and you don't need to call me about the numbers. But that's what we have been able to do. And yes. I was very happy that we were, for example, in the last year, we were the best forecasted region in globally. And that basically is in a market where customers don't usually do forecasting. So we got our teams together with all the data points we have and the AI to work in that way. So a lot of things, and of course, I think it will continue just to go bigger. And I didn't talk about the business opportunity. So when we work with the local companies here, be it the CSP or in the enterprise segment, like companies like Aramco, so of course, the whole opportunity is there on how we are going to be using it. So for me, it's just like maybe little bit so far compared to what we will see there.
Still way to go. Obviously, yes. We're still at the very beginning stage of this massive transformation. Talal, if you could share some recommendations and tips for some of the startups maybe here or even established companies when they embark on their AI journey, what would you tell them?
Oh, that's a great question. Now, we're sitting with a lot of AI companies, and what we're seeing today is the majority of startups and new companies we're telling them you really don't need to rebuild the full model. There are a lot of pre-existing models that have already been trained. We have specifically Qwen from Alibaba Cloud that we have hosted. We use other open source models like Meta's Llama. You can also use DeepSeek. Cloud is also there. And what we're telling people is we have a base for you. And in SCCC, we have a platform called Platform for AI, which is based on Alibaba Cloud's Platform for AI. And it allows you to really go and utilize that element of utilizing a pre-existing model that's already been trained. You go and you fine-tune it and you define your use cases specifically on this trained model. And then what's more importantly is you build on top of it.
Yeah.
You either build your agentic AI use case, you build your data analytical use case, you build your assistant use case, and you leverage what people have already invested a lot of work in doing. What's very important today is AI today is broken down into two clear elements. You have the very deep model design element, and then you have the use case element and people who are defining use cases. So a lot of the startups that we're talking to are more interested in the use case element. And that's great, because what we're seeing today is the majority of GPU usages is going to be on the inferencing part, which is the use case element, not on the training element and building new models. So as we start to utilize that and enable that, we have that ecosystem set in place. We have a new huge order for additional GPUs that is coming into Saudi to address that. So we have that frame in place. So when you start to look at startups and what else do you need? So you need the pre-existing framework and infrastructure. You need a robust go-to-market strategy, a business case. So a lot of times, a lot of startup founders are very focused on the technology. They're not focused on the go-to-market element or the business element. That is almost as crucial as the technology element. Why? Because AI is in such a moving space that everything is changing every minute. So today, we have one unique perspective of doing things. Tomorrow, it's totally different. And we're seeing a lot of changes around that. So today, from a business point of view, you really have to analyze your business methodology, your go-to-market strategy, in order to build something that is robust for today, for tomorrow, and able to adapt to any changes that might happen, be it regulatory or be it from competition.
No need to reinvent the wheel, but maybe one word that we haven't mentioned yet is partnerships or collaborations, right? Maybe for a lot of startups, it's not easy to do it by themselves on their own, but really to team up with some other local, regional, and international players as well.
That's correct. Now, again, that's why we've launched the Platform for AI. This is a solution that really enables the technology elements. At SCCC as well, we have a huge team that we're building right now for AI experts that will help people develop those models, build use cases, and hopefully also come up with agentic AI use cases that we're working on. One very important aspect that we're doing in-house is that we issue, within the company, we issue the mandate. Every division within the company has to come up with a use case for AI internally. And they need to present that. And we made it into we tried to make it into sort of a competition element and gamify it. And we put a reward element. The team with the best use case that will be presented, that the company will vote on, so the employees themselves will vote on, will win an award, and it will be implemented within the organization.
That's an amazing incentive. Winning awards and also gamification, I love that. I'm sure you get a lot of HR and job interest requests after our panel today. Miko, you want to say something on that front?
I was actually thinking about that. We did just recently a Shark Tank with the same idea. So we've asked people to come with the small ideas to bring them bigger. But going back to the collaboration, so couple of things I might say on that one. So Nokia's purpose today is that we create a technology that helps the world to act together.
Yes.
And one thing that what I look at from the regional headquarters is that we have a huge continent next to us in Africa. And I was reading some statistics that by 2040, we expect to have something like 10 million AI engineers coming from Africa.
Oh, amazing.
And what we are doing here, one of the things would be that I mentioned earlier that we open for the startups to develop APIs on the Nokia networks, but we are also looking for partners from Saudi to run networks as a service in Africa. So we did, for example, in Ghana, a 5G network, where I'm looking for partners from Saudi as well to make it bigger, because the digitalization of Africa is so important. And I think that is a market that I think naturally would fall into the business opportunities, the political needs, and all that type of stuff. So having there, so that's one of the things I'd be very happy to talk with anybody in the room. So open for cooperation on that side.
You will get a lot of interest and requests from the audience as well after that, I'm sure. And all the gentlemen are on LinkedIn as well. So Talal, Suleiman, and Miko, you will get a flurry of LinkedIn requests after that. Before we go, let's also talk about the challenges. We've been painting a hugely rosy picture about the outlook for the business and for the Saudi economy as well. Where do you maybe see room for improvement, Suleiman, when it comes to the labor market or the Saudi economy in general?
One thing that we tend to do in Qiwa and in Takamul, we know what the market needs, what the market demands. This year we're going to redo most of the services that we have, looking at the customer need, how do we simplify the journey, and literally move it from seconds to milliseconds, and how do we integrate with various components across the government and the private sector to make sure that we actually satisfy the demand. We're having many workshops across the kingdom with various stakeholders, large, medium, and small organizations, to reflect them both on the portal and on the policies. And that's the tricky part, where how can we be proactive rather than reactive to the market needs? The other issue that what's important is upskilling the labor market to be more inclusive in terms of the new technologies, specifically AI. The idea is not to become AI experts. The idea is how do we take specific problems and problems that we augment the current processes to include AI to make our life more efficient.
Yes.
So that's another area that I think will have a lot of work, both in Saudi and internationally.
Talal, where do you see some headwinds, some challenges in the next couple of years, maybe leading up to 2030?
Yeah, I think there are lots of challenges. The ambitions are very big. We're facing right now challenges with regards to customer expectation about what AI can actually do, and what AI can't do. So right now, people have very high ambitions of what they're expecting AI to do. And a lot of times, we have to have meetings with the customers to really bring those expectations down to reality. And so that's one thing that we're seeing very important. Even though a lot of times it's very challenging, it's very interesting to find customers that believe so much in AI. Sometimes it's just not achievable with either the skill sets or the capabilities that we have today. And that's something that we try to bring down to earth, if you will. Another element that we're seeing right now is a lot of people are extremely scared of AI, that it will take their jobs away and it will replace them. And I think as much as we try to really reassure them and show them that today the state that AI is in today is complementary, that they shouldn't be worried, it's still something that's on the back of everybody's head and people are scared of. And the problem is when people are scared of a technology, they tend to find reasons why not to use it or to kill it, and that becomes sort of a big obstacle for adoption of AI.
Miko, when it comes to challenges, is it the rollout of 6G, 7G, or AI? Where do you see the headwinds?
You'll be very surprised, but actually I would say that we have extremely big topic we have not discussed, which is the global warming.
Yep.
And I think when you look at this, the kingdom, and I see too much of competition between East and West, where actually the technology should be used to make sure that we get somehow this change under control. And I believe that the kingdom is in a unique situation between China and US, if I put it that way. And I would like to make sure that you help us to create a kind of a very good environment to compete fairly, and make sure that the focus is on the things that really matter, which is on the long term, the global climate.
Collaboration is the only way forward. Thank you so much, Shukran Gazilan, Talal Al-Bakr, CEO of CCCC. We had Suleiman Mirdad, CEO of Kiwa, and Miko Lavanti, CEO Saudi Arabia for Nokia. Reach out to these gentlemen. I'm sure they will reply to all your individual requests. We have another panel coming up shortly, which is a fireside chat with NHC's innovation as the backbone of growth, establishment, and transformation with me and Ryan Al-Akl, CEO of NHC Innovation. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks to our panelists and, of course, to Martina. Well, just a few ideas of other events which are taking place across the venue, across this afternoon. The Ecosystem Exchange, Her Vision, Her Impact, a gathering of trailblazers. That's a talk by Saudi Women Leaders Network, the SWLN, a women-only networking session. Then at 20 to 6, Deep Media, that's in Hall 5, a fireside chat for you. It's called The Personalization Journey at Spotify, and that's with Akshat Harabola, the Managing Director of Spotify for the Middle East, North Africa. And across Leap for this 4th year of the event, don't forget that we have literally thousands of exhibiting brands. This year, over 1,000 speakers, delivering over 600 sessions for 400 hours of content. If you need to know more, then it's all very conveniently in one place. Download the official Leap 2025 app. It's either on Play Store or on the App Store. And don't forget to update your profile to make the most of the matchmaking facilities. 17 stages for you this year across 4 days at Leap. And if you're feeling peckish, you can always grab a bite at the food festival with dozens of food choices and live experiences. And all day, Deep Fest, Hall 5, head to our town square there. It's the perfect place to grab some refreshments, take a meeting, and you can even meet our enormous, famous pink gorilla. Well, before we bring you our next session, just a reminder that LEAP 2025 is, of course, co-organized by the Saudi Ministry of Communication and Information Technology, the Saudi Federation for Cybersecurity and Programming, and we have, of course, the eternal presence of Tahaluf. And I want to take the opportunity once again to thank all of our sponsors and partners, all of our co-organizers, for making this event for the 4th year running what it is. Well, you may think, ladies and gentlemen, that LEAP is simply about staying on the ground, but let me tell you, it's very much in the sky and beyond as well. And by dint of that, at 5:50 this afternoon, that's stage 2, hall 2, we invite you to Space Tech. Yes, astronaut Mariam Fardous and Dr. Amira Ghanim will be taking on Future of Education and STEM with Suhaib El-Hamdi from Saudi Space Agency. Very much looking to the stars at 10 to 6. That's Space Tech, Stage 2, Hall 2, this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time now for your fireside chat. Please welcome Rayan Alakal, CEO, NHC Innovation, in conversation with Martina Fuch.
Assalamu alaikum, masal khair. Ryan, great to finally meet you here. I've seen NHC innovation all over the place at Leap. You have a great presence, so mabruk alaik.
Thank you so much. It's also my pleasure being here. Thanks for hosting.
Of course. Now, NHC Innovation is a big leader in the real estate technology industry here in Saudi Arabia. Where do you currently see the biggest business opportunities, if you can paint a picture for us here?
Well, in NHC, this been started like early 2016. And part of the initiative of having this transformation for the real estate, the technology was main part of it. NHC have a very huge competency where it could influence the real estate construction process. Digital was the biggest arm. Today we have reached 10 platforms that's been operated in NHC. And part of the strategy where we today stand and having NHC innovation.
Absolutely incredible developments here in the economy, of course, since 2016, what you have witnessed so far already. Now, the company is focusing on providing solutions for digital transformation in the real estate and municipal sectors as well. Where is your current focus when it comes to innovation and technological development?
I think we have three main competencies. We could influence the user experience, having this amount of data generated from these 10 platforms, enabling us to have a good user experience, enabling us in having the digital twin where we are investing a lot on it, being able to simulate the city that is related to both municipalities or also for having real estate projects to reach a well-being human place to live.
The real estate developments in Saudi Arabia are just incredible. I mean, I've seen Neom, I've seen Diriyah, it's just booming. Where do you actually focus on? I mean, where do you set priorities? There are so many different opportunities.
We are investing a lot in the prevention and predicting the behavior, predicting the way that the city is being built, stuff that is impacting the citizens, including traffic, flood simulation, urban planning, and we could simulate this having all these aggregated data and helping the designers, the decision makers, and providing a proper decision before they start the actual plan.
And all of that is, of course, related to sustainability as well. Tell us a little bit about your sustainability priorities and focus areas at this moment.
Part of the NHC's focus, and it's today one of the main platform in innovation, is Mustadam, which is heavily talking about the sustainability. If it comes to the sustainability in buildings or material built, the quality of light that is needed, the sustainability in proper designing and in proper implementation that is enable places to walk and for human suits designs. The other part is the financial sustainability for these platforms, where it's being built not to being heavily in operation, have it proper and suits the places where it's functioning.
Now, NHC is developing 400 services for digital real estate platforms, and you have some 19 million users. That's more than double of my home country of Switzerland, so it's absolutely incredible numbers. What are your expansion plans here in the kingdom?
Trying to, serving such a huge amount of clients, providing these complicated services, interacting in a way or another. It's really hard to have a seamless user experience. We are investing a lot in it. we are treating the user experience as part of the DNA of the surface. It's a continuous process. The other thing is the AI and Gen AI, where it is interrupting the user experience, interrupting the action that is applicant pretending to take. Merging these together, having less steps that the applicant are planning to do in order to reach that surface is our aim in its innovation.
Do you also have expansion plans beyond Saudi Arabia, or are you focused on the country itself at the moment?
Today, we are also opening the channel for the international companies and also having it in two ways, expansion and going outside Saudi Arabia, and also bringing international experience, and we have couple of partnership with the neighbor to do the digital twin today, and this is one of localizing the technology also here in the kingdom.
Almost like localization, global and local as well, the best of both worlds. You mentioned a keyword, which is partnerships. You might even announce something during LEAP, or you're just actively looking for partners at the moment?
We will be having, since we have 10 platforms, we have a huge amount of financial transaction that is impacting all parties in these transactions. And part of this, we have planning to have a fintech company. And we will be partnership with a local company and having a JV that is entitled for the fintech application and fintech transaction that is happening in the platforms.
This is all very positive, very bullish when it comes to the future of NHC innovation, but also the Saudi economy. Where do you see room for improvement? Where do you see challenges along the way?
Again, challenges also in tuning up the data quality, capturing as much as we can sort of type of data in order to generate more accurate actions. And here where we are investing a lot in at least making the user experience easy for the applicants.
You are a very young CEO, Ryan, and have seen such a massive, incredible, breathtaking development of the Saudi economy and the real estate sector as well. Can you maybe look through the crystal ball for us and imagine for a moment how the kingdom will look like in 10, 20 years down the road?
Well, I think we have very solid base. We have a very attractive and passionate young generation. They help us a lot also in experiencing the platforms. They are very cooperative in order to generate any new surface. They believe in the technology. They have passion to go forward. They have also passion to take this country to the next level.
In the previous panel, we discussed talent and skills as well. How do you recruit talent at NHC Innovation? Where do you look for that locally or regionally or globally as well?
We have a solid program in NHC called Wa'id, and it's been proven that it is working properly also with the new generation where they've been trained and then hired by NHC. It's getting more solid and more with a good outcome, and NHC is utilizing this either for its own staffing or for the industry with the real estate developer or with the technology people.
Now, the topic of our panel is NHC's position as a machine for growth and the backbone for economic growth, but also transformation. What role does NHC play here in Saudi for the economy?
We have a strength in having the real estate and having technology. The area of the PropTech is very solid and mature. We are planning to be the leader in that area, serving the economy and the impact of the economy coming from the real estate. Being as a channel for all these projects is going to help a lot taking this to the next level.
So where will NHC be in 5 years down the road, if we can finish with this question?
I think room for NHC innovation, not talking only about housing or municipalities. It will be also part of the smart city enablement. We are touching all the journeys of the citizens, either inside the house or outside in the city itself. I think we could contribute a lot in the quality of life, making stuff easy for the applicants in order to fulfill any needs.
On that point, I do have a final question, actually, Ryan. And of course, much of the economic development in Saudi is focused on Riyadh and Jeddah. How do you make sure that, you know, beyond these two cities, and not just also Dammam and Neom, there is a lot of real estate development and equal development as well?
It's again, it's data and AI. We capture majority of the data coming from these different platforms. We have Baladi, Ijar, and Sakani. We are helping and also predicting the needs, the movement for families and applicants from city to another, the changing of needs, either going in bigger houses or even smaller houses, being centric in cities. So all this information being manipulated and analyzed in innovation, helping the real estate in order for any future expansion and project coming there.
Ryan Al-Aklal, CEO of NHC Innovation, thank you so much for your time. You're also on LinkedIn, so I'm sure you're available for any further questions on your incredible development and business plans as well. And you're also here at LEAP.
Yeah.
Yes.
Most welcome. We are in Hall 1, NHC Innovation. Please visit us.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Ryan. Give it up for Ryan Al-Aklal. Thank you very much.
Well, our thanks to Rayan and, of course, to Martina. Quick look ahead to the rest of the day, not here on the main stage, but across the venue. You can find out from the president of Sony AI, that's Michael Spanger, how AI can be designed to foster creativity, enhance human imagination, and respect ethical standards in a rapidly evolving digital landscape. That's Deep Fest in Hall 5. As I mentioned, we are looking to the stars, also at, well, starting in around about 5 minutes' time. Stage 2, Hall 2. You'll be able to meet the astronaut Mariam Fadous and, of course, Dr. Amira Ghanim, taking on the future of education and STEM. A little later, Smart Cities, a fireside chat. That's between Kathy Hackle and Christina Yan Zhang, the multimodal metropolis. And of course, if you feel like something to eat, a bit of a chat, or just to sit down and a couple of moments to take your breath, then you can always head to our town square. That's in Hall 5, the perfect place to grab some refreshments, take a meeting, and of course, meet an enormous pink gorilla. Well, this week, Leap is home to literally thousands of exhibiting brands. We have for you more than 1,000 speakers, and that means over 600 sessions for 400 hours of content over these 4 days at Leap25. Download the official Leap25 app from Play Store or, of course, the App Store, and don't forget to update your profile to make the most of our matchmaking facilities. 17 stages across 4 days here at Leap25. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be hearing a great deal about AI this year at Leap 2025 from all sorts of different representatives. And just a quick heads up that just before today's events conclude here on the main stage, that's at around about 20 to 7, 6:40, we'll have a panel discussion for you entitled Shaping the Future of Ethical AI, just one of the aspects of many to discuss when we think about artificial intelligence, a theme which you'll find running through Leap 2025. And of course, that will be something which I think will put a great deal more flesh on the bones of just the preliminary discussions here on day one when it comes to AI. Ethical AI, that's at 6:40 here on the main stage this evening. Please welcome Olivier Blum, Global CEO, Schneider Electric.
Hello, good afternoon. It's my pleasure to be with you today. I stand in front of you as indeed the CEO of Schneider Electric. It's a very interesting time, you know, to speak about power and AI in the world of today. To tell you the truth, I've been working in this company for 32 years, working, you know, in the field of electrification, power and energy. And 20 years ago, we started to talk about digitalization. And we see all of that moving, and all of a sudden, you know, you wake up in 2025. Probably we woke up a bit earlier in 23 or 24, but you said there is really something which has changed big time. Because I think all of us, we've been talking about AI. I think in this forum, we see how much we are talking about AI, but it's really becoming a reality. But I don't think we have touched probably more than 1% of what AI is going to bring to the world, to all our industry, to the way we live. And I don't think we have yet anticipated what it means in the energy sector. And I'd just like to start to show you this slide, which is a very interesting one, because I don't know if you realize, but the pace of digital adoption compared to what was the World Wide Web, you know, has been tremendous. We achieved in terms of number of users in 2 months what we have achieved in 7 years, just to tell you the magnitude, and we are just at the beginning. And I don't know what you feel in your own life or in your industry, but I can tell you for us at Schneider Electric, we have a very large company. We have 160,000 employees everywhere in the world, and we are starting to see what AI can bring to our company. We are starting to see what AI can bring to our customer, and we are just at the beginning. Now, on the right-hand side, what is very interesting, if you look at the combination of what data center, which will be amplified by AI, combined by the fact that there are a lot of people in the world who don't have access to energy, plus the need for some part of the world to achieve their net zero ambition, you see the level of electrification, the level of production electricity which will be needed between now and 2050. What we are seeing is just unprecedented, and I don't want to to spend too much time to build the case, but when we see the number of people who will have access to internet everywhere in the world, when we see, and I think this is probably we don't anticipate, the fact that every single machine, every single device is going to be connected. Today they are connected, but they are not leveraging the power of AI. And when you combine the need of people to access to this connectivity, plus the need for all those machines, all those objects everywhere in the world to be connected, it changes everything in the way we look at digital in the world. Last but not least, which will accelerate, there is not one investment in the world, investment fund, bank, or whatever, who is doing that as the next big wave of investment, which means that there is a lot of money, a lot of funding, which is brought to the world of AI to see how it can be accelerated. Now, what I like to bring to the discussion in this forum is not to tell you why AI is so important to the world, but just to understand that there are 2 dimensions we need to solve in the equation. The first part of the equation is AI for energy. The second one being energy for AI. Why AI for energy? What brings AI is basically the possibility to make the technology accessible to a large number of people in the world. And I like really to give you an example, which is the example of home. If you look at your home, in your home you have an electrical panel somewhere, and for many years this electrical panel has never been connected. And then we started to see a certain number of devices which are connected in your home. Take thermostat. Some of you have started to install thermostat in the world. But if you look 10 years after the acceleration of home automation, basically it has not changed anything, or it has little impact on the way you are consuming energy in your home. Now, if you look at what AI can bring to your home in the future, is by having an electrical panel which is connected, where you can have an apps on your mobile which is amplified by AI, it could help every single person on the planet to save probably an average 5% of energy just by leveraging AI, just by asking simple questions to your mobile, while today it's extremely complicated to be leveraged. So think about really AI as the unique opportunity from a technology standpoint to bring efficiency across all industries. I just mentioned the example of home, but we are testing in many, many other parts of our industry. For instance, at Schneider Electric, we are installing all our panels, you know, our low voltage, medium voltage panel. What we bring to those panels now, they are connected by design. And by leveraging the connectivity, it means it can help you to do predictive maintenance, to understand the obsolescence of your asset and so on and so forth. So these are type of things which was not possible just 5 years ago with traditional way of installing software on top of an electrical equipment. So what I'm just trying to explain is AI is a unique opportunity, and we have to see it because it can help to bring efficiency in every single segment. I talked about home, I talked about industry, but it's true in building, and we'll talk, of course, in a minute about data center. So see that as an opportunity really to reduce emission, to optimize energy demand, and really to overcome a lot of barriers that you have. We have here some examples, but I could give many, many examples where we have tested, where we have experimented, where you can save energy, you can bring efficiency to your factory, and that's what we are doing in our own company. Now, there is a second part. I talked about AI for energy. There is energy for AI. The second part of the equation that we don't yet realize is how much energy, how much power is going to be needed to support, by the way, what you see here in LEAP today. I don't think there is one single booth today in LEAP which is not talking about AI. But when you look at the implication of AI, and if you look at that chart, our research team has done some survey to imagine what does it mean in terms of energy demand. And you have different scenarios in front of you. And of course, you have the scenario on the top where there is no constraint. You have a scenario on the bottom where AI will never take off, which I don't believe personally. And probably the truth has to be somewhere in between. But what we have to retain is when you look at the demand, the theoretical demand for AI technology today, if you look at what type of energy demand you would need to support it, if you just do a theoretical approach, it does not work. Which means that we have to invent a different way to power AI and to be probably in a scenario which is in the middle scenario between the blue and the green one, which is feasible in the long term. So you have to think as a completely different way to look at electricity demand to support AI, and because it will be key everywhere in the world. So there is a first part, which is very important in this equation, is always how we can achieve our net zero goal. And we are convinced electrification will be one of the big contributors to achieve that objective. You have to know that as of today, digital technology, which is what you measure through data center, represents 1.5% of the overall electricity demand, and it could be multiplied by 2 or 3 depending on how we see this growth of AI technology in the future. So AI is completely changing the way you have to design a data center, and we have to think that those technologies are changing by the day. We have our global team at Schneider, our global research team, who are working on how to make data center more efficient, and I can tell you every time I speak with them, I learn new things, because the way we are looking at this technology 1 year ago is very different from what we look at it today. And when you look at the type of chips which are coming, this is a permanent battle to understand how you can optimize the efficiency of a data center. There are multiple obstacles in front of us. The capacity, which is really, again, related to the need of power. There is also the cost increase, and we will have a need to understand how we manage, again, this obstacle we have everywhere in the size of hyperscalers. So the key challenge is how we can decouple AI data center growth from energy consumption. There are a lot of technology available. And when we look at the possibility we have to optimize the power capacity and efficiency, it relates from the time of design of those data centers to operation. And if you have the time, I would encourage you to go to some of the booths we have here in LEAP, and in particular the Schneider booth. It will show you how we are working with NVIDIA and maximizing the efficiency of a data center by working upfront on the design. And when I talk about efficiency, it's about the cooling, the optimization of the cooling that you need for data center, which have higher and higher density and therefore higher and higher need for cooling. So the way you can optimize your power capacity, the way you can optimize the density is very, very important. And again, having the objective of your net zero ambition or your reduction of CO2 emission. So I was talking about the example of NVIDIA. We have multiple cases where we have built really architecture which are predefined to help our customer, which are helping them again to optimize from the design to the operation of a data center. What I would like to leave you today, it's not rocket science. There are a lot of technology which are available. There are a lot of research papers which are available to help you to optimize the design of your infrastructure. And of course, all of that is changing, as I said, by the day. So I really encourage you to be close to those latest technology and to understand how it can be optimized. And we can potentially reduce data center energy consumption by 70% by 2030 if we are implementing those technology from design to operation of data center. So I would like just to leave you as a summary, to keep it short, think about AI as a unique opportunity to bring efficiency, because if we are able to implement those technology, we can really change completely the way we are living in our home, in building, in data center, in this kind of building, the way we optimize our factory, but think also as AI as something which is going to change completely the level of energy consumption we need to have in the world, and not talking even by the capacity which is needed to support that. And I don't know if you have seen lately, but there was a lot about DeepSeek a couple of days ago. But following the DeepSeek announcement, I don't know if you have paid attention of all the announcements which have been made by Google, by Meta, by Amazon, by Microsoft. We are talking about $50 to $100 billion investment only in the year 2025 for each of these companies. So we have really to think that the demand is extremely high. We have to solve this energy equation if we want to be able to support this massive usage of AI everywhere in the world. It's possible. It has to be planned at the design. It has to be planned in the way we operate. But of course, it has to be planned in terms of capacity of equipment to support this huge growth of the industry. So we are here, of course, as a company to help you. But I think it requires more than a company. It requires a full ecosystem to make the most of this AI trend and to understand how we can provide the right level of energy, but the right level of equipment to support this trend. Thank you very much, and enjoy Leap. Thank you.
Olivier, many thanks. Well, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget that if you want to make the very most of Leap 2025, then you can do so with the official Leap app. It's available on the Play Store and App Store. And don't forget, when you're on there, to update your profile. And then you can make the most of the matchmaking facilities. Yes, matchmaking facilities on this year's Leap 2025 app, available from the App Store and Play Store. Well, please welcome now your panelists. His Excellency Ibrahim Al-Mubarak, Assistant Minister of Investment, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and His Excellency Dr. Nabil Koshak, CEO and Board Member, SVC. Your moderator, Ben Thompson, news anchor and presenter.
Gentlemen, welcome.
please. Take a seat, please. Welcome. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, and welcome once again to the main stage here at LEAP this year, and welcome to our special KSA Leaders panel. In this next session, I want us to look at the investment climate in the Kingdom, especially, of course, given that it's LEAP in the ICT sector. I want us to assess what has been done and what is currently underway here in the Kingdom to attract investment. And here's a fact for you, a number for you. By 2030, the ICT sector in Saudi Arabia is expected to exceed $70 billion, with technology accounting for more than 60% of that. And so with that in mind, and to assess the opportunities and the challenges that that may present, I'm delighted to welcome my two special guests with me. Next to me here, His Excellency Ibrahim Al-Mubarak, who's the Assistant Minister of Investment here in the Kingdom, and also His Excellency Dr. Nabil Koshak, who's the Chief Executive of SVC, that's Saudi Venture Capital Company. Good to have you both here. Welcome.
Thank you.
Ibrahim, let me start with you, if I may, because Vision 2030 we know is really ambitious. With the numbers I just touched on there, $70 billion worth of investment in the ICT sector. It is a huge opportunity, but it's also a huge challenge. Talk to me about the role of the ministry in addressing that scale of challenge.
Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be with you, Ben, and with His Excellency Dr. Nabil. I hope I'll be able to add some value, but Dr. Nabil is definitely one of our leaders in this sector and in the thinking. And let me also maybe welcome everyone here. I'm very happy to be participating in LEAP. I encourage you not to stay only at LEAP. Go out, discover Riyadh. Riyadh has a lot to offer from hospitality, entertainment, and culture. So I hope you'll enjoy it. This is the best time of the year. Let me come back to your question, Ben. So the Vision 2030 is our blueprint to diversifying our economy. For so many years, we have relied on oil and gas, while our country has a lot to offer. Powered by the National Investment Strategy, we are looking at the frontiers of different sectors, be it tourism, advanced manufacturing, biotech, and others. And one of the very important sectors is ICT.
Yeah.
The ministry works across the different stakeholders within the different ecosystems to develop investment opportunities based on the different national strategies and make them available for investors. But let me talk about ICT specifically. ICT has multiple pillars that one requires, and all of those would require investments for us to be able to bring it to a level that will enable companies to play. So number one, and it's very important, is people. And people is both on the supply and demand side. So Saudi is one of the youngest population. Lots of people know that 65% of our population is below 35. It's a population that is tech savvy. The adoption of the internet is unlike any other country. That is the consumer, that is the demand side, but that's also the supply side. So companies who are operating in these sectors, they do have a great human capacity in the country to develop.
Yeah.
But what's important for us, and this is a role that we play as a ministry, is also attracting different institutions, be it schools, educational, vocational colleges and universities, to really enable our population to access the jobs of tomorrow. We know that it's not replacing the jobs, it's changing the nature of the jobs, all of what we talk about in AI and all. So this is on the people side. And there is a very important side, which is policy.
Right.
And Saudi have embarked on a very ambitious regulatory reform agenda. Our different regulators have been adopting innovative and progressive policies, from sandboxing at the central bank and others, to allow these innovative companies to thrive and do very well. Infrastructure, the digital infrastructure in Saudi is one of the best in G20, and that really is very important for everyone who's playing in that sector to come and access that. Last but not least, which is not something that we hear talked about a lot in some of these topics, is that as we go and grow in the ICT, energy is going to be a very big challenge. And Saudi have flipped that challenge to become an opportunity. We are one of the leaders in green energy. We are investing behind conventional, obviously it's still going to be there, but we have managed to achieve the lowest levelized cost of energy in solar and wind. And that will enable companies not only to have access to energy, but to be able to have green energy for green data centers and green computation and what have you. So this is, in general, these are the topics that we as a ministry work with the different investors, local and international, to be able to come in, invest, and thrive in those different topics.
And I want to come on to regulation in just a second, because that's a really important point, isn't it, about leveling that playing field, improving that transparency about the investment climate here. We'll come on to that in a second. Dr. Nabil, let me bring you in at this point, because when we hear that, we see the vision, we see the amount of money that will be invested here. What does that mean for you, wearing your SVC hat here?
Sure.
What does that look like?
Sure. So definitely this is part of what this transformation happened when it comes to investment in startups and in technology and backing entrepreneurs and evolving ventures. It's actually how we can stimulate investment in that asset class.
Yeah.
And when we started 2018 Q4, the mandate was actually how do we stimulate venture investment in Saudi Arabia? And what we did actually is to rely on global working models and benchmarking how governments actually have managed to stimulate venture investments. And the model was actually mainly is to do the fund of funds program, which is investing in funds that's actually backing startups and companies. And it's important in the technology scene in general, actually, it's how important are the big companies as well, the infrastructure technology companies, but we should also take care of these evolving innovative technologies that could evolve into big companies at large. So what we did actually, we start by launching the SVC. The fund size started at $750 million. Now it's $3 billion.
What a change.
Exactly. And that's going to continue fueling fund managers that are local emerging fund managers, as well as attracting international fund managers to invest in Saudi-based companies and startups. And by then, we're encouraging cross-border, cross-country activities when it comes to entrepreneurship and innovation. So since inception, we have backed 53 funds that have invested in at least 800 plus startups. And I believe we're just scratching the surface. There's a lot to come. We witnessed last year 2 Saudi unicorns. We witnessed also exits and a lot of companies now, they're doing recycling, reinvesting in these companies. And we went from almost $60 million 2018 of total capital deployed investing in startups, backing these amazing entrepreneurs, to more than 1 billion last year. And this year, definitely there's a change globally on the total amount. But Saudi Arabia used to be number 4 on the ranking 4 years ago. 2 years ago, we became number 1. Last year also, we became number 1 across the MENA region. 40% of the total deployed capital investing in tech startups actually by Saudi Arabia. So 40% across the MENA region. Yeah. And I think still there's more room to back these innovative. Definitely the sectors that evolved, starting with fintech, logistics, e-commerce, but now we're getting into edtech and health tech. Yeah. And I know His Excellency talked about how important also education and science and technology and innovation in general to be backed. So the availability of risk capital was a huge gap, and this is where we come to stimulate more venture investments. Yeah. We're lucky also to have top-tier investors globally now joining the scene and investing in Saudi-based companies. And we have a list of all these funds that were hesitant actually to invest. But the more the ecosystem evolves, the regulations, the policies, and the risk capital there, that's actually going to stimulate more and more of venture investments.
So let's talk exactly about that, about those regulations, because a lot has changed, and understandably why, given the scale and the variety of that investment that is coming into the kingdom now. It's clear that something had to change in terms of the regulation. Talk to me about things like the investment law, particularly timely, of course, just this week. But that's not the only regulation that has changed to try to give more clarity, more transparency to those investors.
Thank you very much, Ben. I'm a very strong believer in regulatory reform.
Yeah.
Because it is not enough just to invest into a sector or into a topic. Changing the fundamentals, fixing them, changing the fundamentals will give you more bang for the buck, as they say. Saudi have started a very ambitious journey on regulatory reform since the launch of Vision 2030. We have passed 800 regulatory reforms. 800. Right. Some are larger than others, but I don't think this has been done in history to be able to really transform a country from a regulatory point of view in that short period. And we still have a lot more to do. We are doing. But let me mention a few. The civil transactions law, the bankruptcy law, the public-private partnership law, the government procurement. Those are all aimed at increasing the competitiveness of Saudi Arabia.
Yep.
And which recently has been taken effect, the new investment law. So we've moved from defining foreign investor only. It used to be the foreign investment law. Now it's the investment law. And it targets both local and international investors. The main themes there is competitive neutrality.
Yeah.
To give regulatory treatment, equal regulatory treatment to all. And it encompasses all of the different rights and duties of the investors in the country, be it IP protection, the freedom of using their funds. So these are existing rights for the investors, but we have it there in an umbrella where everybody can see it and access it. All of this have managed to get us, alhamdulillah, to be the 16th most competitive economy in the IMD index.
Yep.
And that shows you in other indices as well, we're consistently, alhamdulillah, improving on those. And we monitor those indices to understand what are the underlying regulatory reforms that are needed to inform our agenda going forward.
Nabil, what is the importance of those indices? And what message does that send to the rest of the world for investors who are looking to the kingdom that say, actually, 800 new rules and regulations have been changed to try and make this a better place to invest? What do they tell you about the attractiveness of here to invest?
Yeah, I think I just want to add one more thing to what His Excellency just mentioned, Mr. Ibrahim, is not only the huge amount and efforts actually to do the reform of the regulations and policies, and it's the pace and the time, the speed.
Right.
And I can claim we're maybe one of the fastest countries globally that actually do updates when it comes to regulations. And I can give you some examples, which is, for instance, the fund management regulations by the Capital Market Authority that has been revamped 2 times in a row in a few years to make it more friendly for the venture investors that will be backing startups and innovations and entrepreneurs. The other thing is actually the new company law that is going to be regulations that are friendly for entrepreneurs to launch their companies.
Yes.
So it's a double-sided market where you need to take care of the regulations that's going to affect the founders and the funders.
Yep.
And this is where the investors globally now are getting more attracted actually to invest in Saudi-based companies, because they will make sure that these companies are launched and they are growing and scaling in a pace that can give them the exits and the returns that they're looking for when it comes to performance of their investments.
Yeah. Ibrahim, there is a danger, isn't there, when we talk at events like this, we talk about investment in somewhere like Saudi Arabia, that we focus on big business. You walk around this venue, it's a lot of big businesses talking about a lot of big ambitions. There's also a huge role, isn't there, here for small and medium-sized firms as well. How you nurture that sort of innovation, how you bring those organizations into the kingdom. How do you make sure you attract smaller firms as well, rather than the big corporates?
Ben, I think this is a very important topic. Lots of the disruption and innovation is now coming from startup and VC-backed companies, and I do agree with you. Some of these larger companies would teach me how to do business in Saudi. I wouldn't be able to really guide them through. But I think it's very critical, as you have mentioned, of how to approach supporting SMEs and startups. So the ministry have started an initiative called Startup Saudi.
Right.
We have a separate track for startups and SMEs. We do hand-holding, matchmaking, be it with VC funds, be it with partners and clients. We have a fast track for SMEs. We also work very closely with the premium residency program, and we have a track for entrepreneurs to be able to attract them to come and reside here. And beyond that, we have a very vibrant, society and community of startups, be it Code, the Garage, the SME Authority, and others, to basically enable those companies and give them a place to really access the market. We, one of the, going back to Dr. Nabil's point with regards to funding, and one of the beauties of the Vision 2030 program is that it sits on multiple vision realization programs. And one of them is called the Financial Sector Development Program. A big part of what we looked at is VC and how to have more VC-friendly regulation, fintech, and others. The idea here is that Saudi has a unique position where it's a very good environment for startups and innovators in the ICT sector, but also we have one of the top 10 capital markets in the world.
Yeah.
So the process of investing and growing and then exiting through the capital markets makes VC activities quite an appealing stage. But I think going forward we will see a lot more disruption coming from startups and SMEs, and that's why we're specifically focused on that topic as a ministry and a country at large.
And I wonder, therefore, given what you said about the multiple responsibilities that you have to bring in these organizations to nurture them to arrive and then even to exit, how do you measure return? How do you measure impact on some of those investments?
Sure.
Beyond purely financial, of course.
Yeah, it's very important. I think we monitor two categories, actually, when it comes to performance metrics. One is actually the commercial performance, but also developmental impact. For instance, each dollar we invested in a fund have stimulated 4x dollars from the private sector. High net worth individuals, corporates, family offices, getting more money actually into the venture investment and backing startups and entrepreneurs. Another important thing that we monitor also, the job creation, number of jobs, women participation. All these developmental metrics are very important from the government perspective actually to make sure that we are achieving the impact we want to create in the ecosystem. But again, back to your also question when it comes to commercial success or performance. We started actually by measuring, I would say, IRR, because that's a nascent market, so things are evolving and emerging. But definitely now we're starting to look into the distributions and the returns. And this is where, for instance, the DPI is very important as a metric to measure the performance of these funds. And what we are doing actually, most of the funds we backed 2018, now we're doing re-apps.
Yeah.
And these performance metrics now, we take it very seriously to make sure that whoever is performing well, we will double down on these fund managers to make sure that they're adding value to the startups and SMEs. And by the way, we're not only backing tech startups, we do also private equity growth. So that's also SMEs equity needs, complementing all of the SME bank, which is the holding company for SVC. But I think very important that we keep a right balance between monitoring the commercial success and the performance versus actually the developmental metrics that we monitor and the impact on the ecosystem. And we start with the appreciation of capital, but I think definitely distributions and returns has to be measured in a more thorough way as the ecosystem evolves.
And briefly, if you will, in terms of how that will develop.
Yes.
How will that mature? As the market, do you get a sense that that's going to change the focus?
Absolutely. So when we started, there wasn't only fewer exits happening in the market, and that's through the M&A activities or the listing in the public market. We witnessed actually during the last few years the first venture-backed company being listed in the public market. Yeah. And sorry, actually there are 2 of them. We're now having 10 in the pipeline to be exit. So the more exits are happening, the more distributions and performance can be measured in a way that is actually linked with the DPI more than the IRR.
Right.
Yeah.
And Ibrahim, if there's one thing you want people in this room to go away today thinking about, What is the message from the kingdom about investment? What do you want people here to know about this place being open for business?
Just not to go away. Thank you very much, Ben. I want to say that if there is a place in the world where the time is right, the opportunities are outstanding in all sectors, but specifically in ICT. As we mentioned earlier, the policy and the drive to have better and better policies for competitiveness.
Yeah.
People, and we have the right people. We are the largest consumer market, but also we have the talent, infrastructure and digital infrastructure that really enables people to come and expand easily. And I think a very important topic is access to green energy,
right.
Which is going to grow as we grow the computation powers. Last but not least, as Dr. Nabil mentioned, the access to the capital markets, but also the VC. I mean, now we have been growing at a tremendous rate with VC funding growing. So other than the VC, we had 50 IPOs last year as well. Yeah. So we have a very dynamic and a very deep equity capital markets. I believe we as a ministry and InvestSaudi.com as the national umbrella for the investment in Saudi, we work with investors all the way to the pre-feasibility. So we are very happy to work with everyone to understand more. We are happy to do the hand-holding, as we've mentioned, for SMEs and startups, the matchmaking within the sector owners and the regulators, within the private sector, where we have a very close relationship. So I encourage everyone to explore more the opportunities here in the kingdom, and we as a ministry, we're here to serve.
And Dr. Nabil, maybe a final word for you. You know, when you are having these conversations with investors all over the world, what is the message you want them to receive about this place?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a long-term game when it comes to venture investment. But I think the great thing that we can always share is the commitment of government, how bold they are about backing innovation entrepreneurship. And through SVC, as an example, with the other hundreds of initiatives or thousands of initiatives, is that continuously actually committing and investing in startups since inception and at least for the coming 10, 20 years. So that sustainability of access to risk capital is very crucial to make sure that these companies are growing. We cover funds like from pre-seed to pre-IPO to make sure that this funnel is really filled with institutional investors that can fill the gaps when it comes to equity investment, in addition to the debt investment programs through the SME bank and other players in the market. But I think this continuous actually backing is very crucial, and the access to capital, in addition to what His Excellency mentioned, the access to talents through the special visa program, the new regulations and policies, and having the country open for entrepreneurs, for technology talents actually to come and join the scene and build companies. We're so proud in our portfolio company have founders from Saudi Arabia and from elsewhere actually, which is launching the companies that are growing and scaling to big companies.
Your Excellencies, great to talk to you both. Thank you so much. Please show your appreciation to His Excellency Ibrahim Al-Mubarak, the Assistant Minister of Investment here in the Kingdom, and His Excellency Dr. Nabil Koshak, Chief Executive of SVC. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you to our panelists, and of course to Ben. Please welcome Othman Al-Dahash, CEO, IoT Square.
Good afternoon. Today I'm excited to walk you through the convergence between IoT and AI, which is reshaping and redefining industries, creating new opportunities for a better decision-making, context-aware situations. This is really bringing a real-time intelligence into our solutions and how we define Internet of Things and AI convergence. Let me start by briefly introducing IoT Squared, a joint venture between the Public Investment Fund and the STC Group, established to act as a catalyst in adopting new advanced technologies and innovative solutions. Our mission in IoT Square is to drive technological advancement by providing the latest intelligent solution to our clients. AI and IoT convergence is transforming the way we operate. AI has become a core component across the IoT stack. It is today embedded in the devices, in the edge computing, as well on the cloud. Especially with the advancement of the 5G technology for communications, we are able sorry for that. Especially with the advancement of the 5G technology, we are able to bring a lower latency into the communication between the devices, the edge, as well the cloud. Examples are many when it comes to the adoption of AI and IoT, and I'll walk you through as we move on into this presentation. In this opportunity, I would like also to talk more about one of the most impactful areas of AI IoT, which is basically bringing the cameras and the vision into the stack of the IoT. Cameras no more only for surveillance and monitoring. It is becoming more and more impactful, powerful sensors, especially with the development of the AI and computer vision. We're able to use that in different use cases. For example, in crowd management, monitoring and optimizing public spaces in real time, visual pollution, being able to identify some of the visual pollutions and process that in a real-time manners. Connecting operation, basically enhancing the safety and the security and the efficiency in industrial environment. Work safety. These capabilities are redefining how do we develop the use cases and leverage the technology. Let's draw a parallel between large language model in text processing and large vision model in video understanding. We will be able to query in real time cameras and be able to understand some of the context of that, bringing more capabilities into the IoT solutions. In essence, the large language model is reshaping text processing, and the large vision models are redefining the visual understanding. These models allow AI to not only recognize object, but also understand the scene, take an action, and the interaction within the context. The key enabler to this development is Vision Transformer, which is a new advancement in the technology, and scaling a deep learning architecture that can learn massive visual data sets. The rapid advancement in vision transformers and large vision models making the ability to interpret a video data and has transformed this significantly. Video understanding models enable the systems to interpret real-time event and make real-time decisions, similar to how we as a human analyze video. Just as humans understand visual scenes, large vision models will be enabling us and the machineries to be able to understand these scenes and react into that, which is powering the sensing capability within the IoT stack. What's the impact of that? Different use cases in smart city and safe cities, industrial IoT, tourism and event. An example of that, such an event, creating an immersive experience in such an event like Leap. So people who are not physically here, we will be able to navigate within the event, query the videos. For example, ask where are server being presented within the event. Where is that brand or that brand? How many females are there? How many males are there? What is the average age groups? And more that will bring the context of that. And just to give you an example, I'll be showing a video. Before I move into the video, we and IoT Square harness the power of combining sensing data, video feeds, and AI-driven context for a better understanding of the situations and the contextual scene. Our mission is to create an intelligent and immersive digital replica of the world, bring it and fusion it with sensing data, and bring more advanced visualization that combine 3D mapping, video fusions as well, create an immersive visual environment with efficiency, precision, and innovation. I'm gonna move into the video to give you a glimpse of how this works. Please join us at STC booth in Hall 1 and experience this in live. Thank you.
Our thanks to Othman Al-Dahash. Please welcome Naif Al-Mogbal, CEO, Upsource by Solutions.
Assalamu alaikum. Hi everyone. Glad to be with you today. As inshallah, we will be talking about creating value through agile BBO solutions. I think yeah. Can you check? Yeah. Can you? Yes. The team is still preparing the presentation, I believe, still.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we seem to be having a few slight technical difficulties. In the meantime, let me fill you in on just a few of the ways you can optimize your experience at LEAP 2025. And of course, one of the easiest ways you can do that is by getting the official LEAP app. It's on your Play Store and on the App Store. And don't forget, when you're on that app, to update your profile. And then you can make the most of our matchmaking facilities. There are 17 stages across these 4 days at LEAP. Today, of course, is only the first, and that means for you over 1,000 speakers, over 1,000, delivering over 600 sessions for 400 hours of content. Every year we get bigger, every year we get better for you. And it's not just about tech. Well, you need to sustain yourself as well. And if you fancy a good bite, we have the Food Festival with dozens of food choices and live experiences. In particular, if you fancy making your way to the town square, that's in Hall 5, that's the perfect place to grab a little refreshment. You can also take a meeting, and of course, you can meet our famous large pink gorilla.
Yes, here we go. But let's make sure that we are not paying for this time, at least, yeah. So today we'll be talking about, inshallah, creating value through agile BBO solutions. We know the future is digital, and company started reinventing themselves in order to accommodate and know what customer they need. And businesses need to be more open to the market, knowing that customer changes and the customer dynamics and market changes. However, today, consumers are digitally empowered, and they are looking for more and empowered digital experience and seamless personalized experience. As a service provider, we know that the digital wave reshaping industries and businesses is still continue squeezing and asking for more efficiency and to be more agile. And BBO will be the strategic lever for growth. BBO is not or no longer be a supporting function. It is sourcing excellence, agility, and strategic innovation. Looking to the global market, the market size of BBO, it is more than 800 billion with a growth of 6.9%. However, locally, it is 3.8 billion with almost 11% growth. Yet, this contributes only 0.04% GDP versus 0.4% globally. And this gap exactly is a potential for such businesses, or in other way, it's a strategic potential in our market by implementing several BBO areas such as HRO services, manpower outsourcing, finance and services, and other such as supply chain and procurement services. And what we are expecting as a big BBO player, that Saudi Arabia will be a BBO, expected to be a BBO hub in the region. What we are foreseeing that BBO will help and support 2030 vision by having economic diversification, creating jobs, and having attraction for external investor, in addition having a bigger or better experience from external market and increasing public sector efficiency and enhancing the private sector. Looking forward, that BBO growth can rely on advancement in AI, automation, and cloud. In addition to that, demand in agility and scalability, and having a global shift towards remote and hybrid work environment. So when we focus in AI, there will be a big role and a vital role for AI to be implemented in the BBO industries, such as having workflow management, NLP, data analytics, RPAs, and other chatbot and speech analytics. So we need the ask here that we need to change and transform the Saudi BBO industry from process management into business outcome. And this can be by changing the current BBO, as we know, into outsourcing agile BBO to be changed from task-focused oriented into strategic partner, moving from cost-centric only into value-driven, also being more flexible and scalable and being more reactive. Not being more reactive, to be proactive. Now, let's reimagine growth. For more than 14 years, we were proud to deliver in the Saudi market a business excellence and innovation under CCC by STC. And today, it is a remarkable day for our organization and company that we are thrilled to announce that we are changing our name into Upsource by Solution. what we aim exactly, our vision, to be a BPO partner of choice for our customers, redefining the standard of business outsourcing in the market. Alhamdulillah, this year we were honored to be part of one of mega project in the market. And what we did exactly in this project and participated in, driving exactly a BPO excellence throughout what we call it incubation as a service. What we did exactly, we helped in incubating more than 40 entities under this project. Also, we employed and staffed more than 300, and we deployed more than 50 departments under those incubated entities, and we created more than 12 and activated departments. And when we say incubating as a service, which is building everything from scratch, having everything on ground by implementing several services under those entities, starting from building the operational infrastructure itself, starting from zero, and then building legal and compliance, considering that those entities, incubated entities, from different background, company, government, or enterprise, or semi-government. And building the financial activity. And what we did exactly, we implemented the scalability. And when we mean scalability, that we used the expertise under those incubated entities. In addition, having and implementing what we mentioned just a while, more technology, AI, and to increase efficiency and deliver business excellence. We helped in training and developing those talented employees from the day of they started their engagement with the entities until they became or appointed under those entities. Finally, we helped to grow and develop those entities. Thank you and wish you all the best.
Thank you very much indeed to Naif Al-Moghbel. Please welcome your next panelists. Naveen Zutshi, Chief Information Officer, Databricks. Rashida Hodge, CVP, Azure Data and AI, Microsoft. Phil Guido, EVP and Chief Commercial Officer, AMD. Christophe Schell, EVP and Chief Commercial Officer, Intel. And your moderator, the Managing Director and Partner of BCG, Thibault Werlet.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us today. We have a fantastic panel with us to talk about how AI and emerging tech are reshaping global business strategies. We have Rashida Hodge, Corporate VP of Microsoft Azure Data and AI, Navin Ducci, CIO of Databricks, Phil Guido, Chief Commercial Officer at AMD, and Christoph Schell, Chief Commercial Officer at Intel. So to get us started, a couple of data points. Very recently, at the Boston Consulting Group, we conducted a survey with over 1,800 executives. And what comes out is that while 75% of executives rank AI and Gen AI as a top strategic priority for their companies, only 25% believe that it's creating tangible value for the organization. And I would like to start with you, Rashida. What do you think is driving this gap between strategic relevance for AI and the perceived value that comes out of it? And more importantly, what is the first step that companies should take to generate tangible and sustainable value through AI?
Yeah, really good question. First of all, I just want to take an opportunity to say thank you so much for having me. It's my first time at Leap, and it's been a very, very insightful experience. This is very passionate for me as someone that leads customer success, really helping clients get value from their services. And I'll sort of say the boundaries are in sort of two areas. I think one is relative to there are still a lot of customers that are laggards when it comes to their adoption of the cloud. I think a critical enabler that is often overlooked is deliberate and well-executed migrations to the cloud. And I think when we look at the cloud, a lot of times we think about it just as infrastructure, but it's really not. It's how do you leverage it to remove barriers from legacy systems? How do you open doors and create opportunities in terms of agility, scale, and innovation? And it's not just about the tech, because I think when we talk about migrations to the cloud, we think about it just from a tech perspective, but it's actually speed to market, because there's no transformation that is done today without actual cloud technology. I mean, the innovation that we're seeing in this age of AI, it all lives in cloud solutions. And so one of the things actually that we've done at Microsoft is actually we saw that this is such an inhibitor from an AI perspective that we were actually investing in a cloud migration factory where we're actually building out a scalable, repeatable, open source model to basically help customers be able to drive that adoption. And we've seen a lot of uptake in that from customers because they're saying, wow, I no longer have anxiety relative to the complexity of what would take in terms of moving my on-prem systems to a cloud environment. And so that whole perspective of, I like to call it migrate to innovate, we talk about it, but I really think it has to turn into an actual verb where we're actually doing that. And I think the more that us as hyperscalers can help our customers in that regard, I think there will be a huge benefit. I think the second thing I would say is customers live in a little bit of a state of inertia from the perspective of, I want the killer use case, or, here's 100 use cases that I want to prioritize. And I think, the reality is that there's not a killer use case. The killer use case is the use case that's going to provide value, is going to provide productivity, and is also going to get adoption. So I think the real key is how do we help customers MVP their way to scale and sort of iterate, if you will, to innovate is what's critical, because that's really how you're going to be able to get the value from these solutions. So I think really taking that step is really critical, and I think a lot of customers, they're strive for protection in that level of innovation, and that prevents them from moving forward and then ultimately getting adoption.
Excellent. So we talk about cloud migration. Now, Navin, you work very closely with companies on the data architecture. Can you tell us a little bit more about what do you think is required for success when you think about a data strategy for a company?
Yeah, thank you. And as Rashida, this is my first time in Saudi, and such a warm welcome here, so really excited to be here. I'll share a couple of additional data points to what you mentioned earlier. We saw 9 experiments to 1 production scale deployment of AI a year ago, and now we are seeing 3 experiments to 1 production deployment. So there has been significant improvement in AI getting more production scale, but you still see challenges. And one of the reasons is you want to have an AI solution that can reason on your data. And so that is one challenge, that often the traditional LLMs models are great for STEM-based questions and answers, but they're not great for enterprise companies, which require their own data sets, and you want to be able to reason on them. And then second thing that, unfortunately, the heavy lifting of data management is not removed just because you want AI now. And so having a data architecture that consolidates into a single platform, different personas, whether that's data engineer, data analyst, data scientist, and a power analyst, and then combining the power of data warehousing and data lake into a single format, which is what we pioneered in the data intelligence platform, is this notion of data can be used to reason with the AI on your data. And then second, you have a platform that breaks down those silos in an open source based technology that enables you to do a lot of the use cases in a much faster manner. So, yeah.
Can you tell us maybe a couple of success stories working with companies from with Databricks?
Yeah, so Total Energy out of EMEA, they use us to predict in real time how they will use water, gas, and oil, as an example. Or Sega, they use us for their data engineering work. We have several digital natives that have built their products on Databricks, as an example. And Rolls-Royce, as an example, built their engine maintenance, and they were able to reduce their engine maintenance cost and actually turn their model of how they sold engines based on per flying hour rather than selling engines per soul. And they needed predictive maintenance, and being able to have data sets to enable you to drive that reduction in cost and reduction in reactive maintenance makes them incredibly profitable. So those are just some examples.
Thank you so much, Navin. Phil, reflecting on all the discussion you're having with end customers and just players across the ecosystem, do you see a common set of challenges that companies are facing when trying to implement and generate value through AI? And how does that influence AMD's strategy for 2025?
Sure. Like my colleagues, let me thank everyone for the opportunity. My first time at Leap, it's been very exciting. To your question, we do see some common themes, some challenging. First, everyone's excited about the business opportunity. Typically when you see new technology emerge, it's like a magnet. Everyone moves to it. But when you start to go from the discussions I've been having with customers all around the world, what they're starting to look at is then the first thing is their existing infrastructure or technology environment. Some have technical debt, older technology, they have capacity limitations, energy challenges, and so they're trying to deal with the physical aspect of it. Then you also have, where's your data? Many customers have data in the cloud, they have data on-prem, they have data on edge, so it's more of a hybrid. So where's the data you're going to do to kind of optimize in an AI world? And then the third is skills, the talent that you need to go do all that. So one of the things that we've been doing at AMD is really taking a more of a pragmatic approach. How do you look at infusing AI? It's not really where it stands by itself. It's got to integrate into your existing processes, your infrastructure, your security. And so what we want to do is really understand the business. What's the business imperative? What's the business problem you're trying to solve? A good example of that is, which we announced actually today, with Aramco. We're going to work with Aramco, who's a leader in energy and technology, and we're going to look at how AMD could provide a solution to it, hardware, software, and how do we look at their business processes to drive a degree of automation around AI. We have been working with Aramco for a number of years, so we have extensive understanding of their business. So one area we'll look at is seismic imaging, to build a solution for them in terms of sustainability, cleaner energy. And so really looking at the challenges that companies are facing and then coming up with a way to leverage technology, in particular in their environment.
Excellent. Christophe, similarly, from the discussion you're having with end customer, I would like to flip the question. Do you already see areas where AI is delivering tangible value?
Yeah, I do. So firstly, this is my 42nd time to Saudi Arabia. I haven't been over COVID, and it is impressive to see the change. So, Mabruk, really impressive. Yeah, so where do I see the impact? I've been reflecting while you all talked about it, and my rule of thumb is for me, AI projects are a little bit like ERP. It's a big investment into an enterprise, but if you don't adopt the process, you don't adapt the talent, you don't adapt the strategy, it's for the birds. And I think a lot of my customers are really asking themselves, what is actually the return on investment on these AI investments that I've just made into the cloud? For me, my success stories are all 100% customers that are using the cloud, but also using contextually aware models, smaller language models, that are very often in their data centers at the edge, now increasingly also on the PC. They are more economic to run. They are more contextual important for the enterprise itself, and they can create a differentiation. So if you look at the areas, I see a lot of AI in manufacturing, quality management. We at Intel use that ourselves in our fabs. Our wafers circulate 3 to 4 months. If you identify a quality issue early, you save a ton of money. The same is true for any other manufacturing company, but most manufacturing companies don't put their data into the cloud. So it's in the plant, it's in the factory, it's in the data center. That's where you need to inference. That's sometimes where you need to train. And I think that's how we have to think about this. It's a continuum of compute. And so you need to find the right way to interplay between cloud, edge, and PC.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Now, building on what we talk about, I mean, one of the big topics that has been discussed recently, and I'm not referring to DeepSeek, is agentic AI, right? There's been a lot of talk about the impacts that it could have in automating full workflow. Now, we've heard from business leaders, 60% of them expect to see agent playing a key role in the organization in 2025. My question to you, and I would like to hear from everybody here, are we a little bit in a hype moment? Should we be cautiously optimistic about the impact of agentic AI in 2025? Or to your opinion, we're actually going to see tangible impact already in 2025? And if you could tell me also some of the use case that you've seen with the clients that you're working with, that would be great. Rashida, I'll start with you again.
Yeah, sure. I mean, look, I think that the optimism, I wouldn't call it hype, I think the optimism of it is well placed. I think if you look at 2024 and 2023, that was sort of the years of the models. And I think how models have progressed over the last 18 to 24 months is quite frankly faster than we could have ever imagined. And so for me, I believe that this year, this next period over the 12, 24 months is really going to be about the agent and how it comes to life, whether it's personal agents, it's organizational agents, it's process agents. And I think as someone who's been in this space for over a decade, I think that's what enterprises have been waiting for. Like, how do we leverage AI not just to read and understand, but how do we really leverage AI to actually do intelligent work on our behalf? If we look at the Copilot experience from Microsoft, which is really Copilot as an assistant to any user, we fundamentally believe that every user, every employee will have a Copilot, and every team will have an agent. And so when you think about it that way, you look at every team having an agent, then even within a business process, you're going to have hundreds of agents that are executing, that has the ability to reason across multiple tasks. And I think the richness of it is going to be important too, because I think it also enhances the experience of the developer. When you look at our platforms today, and you really look at, in Microsoft, we call it a sort of our Azure AI Foundry. I really look at that as a SDK, a software development kit, right? Where you will then have the ability for developers to be able to use well-documented information to be able to build out agents at scale. And we haven't been able to see that before. So I think with the compute power that we now have, right, it really is an energizing perspective in terms of how we're going to be able to do that. And for me, that's super exciting. And, you know, we've already seen whether it's agents from a perspective of translation services or agent from a perspective of facilitating meetings or facilitating business processes. We're already seeing that come to life in terms of business process environments, and I think that's going to be able to scale. I think what's going to be super critical is the adoption of that, right? How do we get enterprises and everyone across the life cycle to really adopt these agents at scale and use them, because that's when we're able to truly supercharge productivity.
Excellent. Now, you mentioned software development, right? And that's definitely one of the industries where we're seeing major impact already from agentic AI. Some developers are already claiming 20% increase in efficiency. Do you think the adoption of agentic AI will be across sectors, or there will be specific areas in 2025 where we'll see more value out of it?
I think it's going to be across sectors, you know, across the board. And I think, you know, when we look at, for example, the productivity that we see from our GitHub Copilot for developers, it's astounding. You have, you know, on average, over 50% of developers saying that their level of productivity has enhanced. And not only that their level of productivity have enhanced, but their happiness, if you will, right, which is important for a developer in terms of how they're leveraging the technology, is also aligned with that. And so I think it's both is how do we ensure that there's a level of productivity, but there's also a level of acceptance to ensure that we're able to adopt these agents and these new business processes at scale.
Excellent. Navin, what's your prediction for agentic AI in 2025?
Yeah, so I think both are true. There is definitely hype. And then there is also, let me just fix this. There is definitely hype, and then there is also enormous of opportunity with agentic AI. We internally, I'm also a practitioner, and we use our own platform to build agentic AI solutions. So we just rolled out to all of our sales teams an agentic AI solution that they are leveraging for driving meeting minutes, to drive executive briefings, and it creates or attack plan or a competitor stack set. And so it's improving quite a bit. But if you look at reasoning and evaluation criteria, those are areas that are still nascent in the market. And companies like Databricks, companies like Microsoft are really investing a lot of dollars to make that better.
Excellent. Phil, what's your prediction on the agentic AI in 2025?
Well, like my colleagues, it's a little bit of both, right? There's a lot of excitement, a lot of optimism, but we believe you need to take a pragmatic approach, because at the end, if you set the bar too high, expectations, and you miss, Rashida mentioned Copilot, we're partnering with Microsoft. You know, we're seeing great benefits with our sales team with that. And so what we did was we started small, we proved it out, now we're rolling out to the entire sales organization. So to me, you got to have a balanced and pragmatic approach. And then when you get to some larger scale type of implementations, or some of the things that we're doing with, say, supercomputing or autonomous driving, you know, work that we're doing with Subaru, I mean, that was a journey. You know, we started, we proved it out, and now we're scaling it. And, you know, work that we're doing with Lumi and supercomputing for early detection of cancer, that was a multi-year program. We proved it out, and then we kind of scaled it out. And that requires significant investment, both on our part, customers' part. And so, you know, in the supercomputing area, you know, AMD handles, you know, 5 of the top 10 supercomputers in the world, and proud to have number 1 and 2. But again, that was a journey where we started. So we look at multiple areas you need to do. You need to do some quick hits, like we did with the Copilot, prove it out, you build confidence, and then you have more longer journeys that are going to be multi-year, and then have the right expectations along to deliver the value.
Excellent. Christoph, any thoughts on the agentic
I give you
AI?
one additional thought. So I'm a German living in the US, and I have property in Canada. This means I have to do 3 tax returns every year. In the US, my tax advisor is asking me if I'm okay to use an agentic AI model to help with the tax return. In Canada, they haven't asked me, and in Germany, they've told me it's illegal. So you get the answer, okay? There will be markets where this will absolutely thrive in 25, and there will be markets where it will absolutely not thrive in 2025. And that's the situation we're in. From this morning, I have learned that Saudi Arabia is trying to regulate, but moderately. So I could imagine that in Saudi Arabia, it will thrive.
Excellent, thank you very much. We have a few minutes left. I wanted to have a follow-up question. When we speak about AI in general, for a lot of these companies, it means working very closely in partnership with vendors. We've seen also in some of our studies at the Boston Consulting Group that companies that work the best with vendors actually get more value than trying to develop everything in-house. How do you think, what are some of the best practices that you would give to companies on how to work very well in partnership with you guys? Maybe Christoph.
Start with me. So look, I'm in a semi company. For 30 years, everybody bought monolithic products. For our large customers, it's all about customization. How can we customize not just the semi, but the entire semi system from a semi point of view, including software and services? That's where the journey is going. And this is why it's important that we have a clear understanding about the compute that we require, the workloads that we require, the software stack that we require. Intel is definitely known to all of you as a hardware company. We have 18,000 software developers. So please work with us. Let's find custom solutions to your problems.
Phil, how do you foster a strong partnership between companies and their tech partners?
Similar to Christoph, I think you got to look at, when you're working together, how do you partner in a way where you co-create, where you work together in a profound way that you're not used to. If you have a typical supplier-vendor type, you lose the ability to innovate, and you lose the ability to really drive innovation from the customer and partners, and even other partners you bring to the solution. And the key thing that we look at from an AMD point of view, it's really a solution orientation. How do you co-create? How do you drive business value? How do you look at things, whether it's hardware, software, services, bringing other parties in to get the extreme value? To me, when you have everyone with an open mind and you co-create, you drive the most value. And I find in my business experience, that drives the greatest innovation and value to all the parties.
Rashida, on top of this co-creation, what else do you think can really trigger a strong partnership?
Like I think two things. I think one is that open ecosystem is so important. If I look at sort of our models as a service at Microsoft, a lot of people think the only model that we have is Azure OpenAI. It's not. It's one of actually 1,800. And so customers over the last 2 years, thousands of models have been built on the platform, and that's what we want. We want customers to be able to have choice. If they want a large language model, a small language model, we've had customized models. So for example, we worked with Sadea here locally in Saudi Arabia on building an Arabic model as an example. And so I think one of the things is we know that innovation comes when you're collaborating with each other. I look at Databricks as an example. Azure Databricks is a first-party solution on our platform. At the same time, we also have first-party products that play in that unified analytics space as well. But we want to be able to give customers choice in terms of how they're able to drive intelligence, partner across the ecosystem, and really get the benefits of it. And I think really when you look at your product more, less of a product, more as a platform, I think there's a richness exponentially that you're able to bring to your customer experience.
Excellent. Naveen?
Yeah, so I think a couple of few things. One, as a technology partner, it's our responsibility to train and educate the Saudi citizens and the kingdom on data engineering and AI. So we are making a commitment over the next 5 years to at least train more than 10,000 people. And so that just goes to a more educated citizenry, and more educated companies will demand more from us and make us better as well. So that's one. I think second, we have a lot of examples of built on Databricks, where innovative companies are leveraging us to build their practices and their businesses on top of Databricks. and we welcome that opportunity here in Saudi as well.
Excellent. So I heard co-creation, I love this, I've heard a lot of innovation and hopefully a lot of optimism around the agentic AI. Thank you very much to you all for your such an insightful discussion, and I hope to see you very soon also on Leap again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our thanks to our panel and, of course, to Thibault. Now, a quick note that the next presentation will be conducted in Arabic, and if you'd like translation either into English or to Spanish, then please make your way to the back of the auditorium where you'll be able to pick up a headset and get a simultaneous translation. The next presentation will be in Arabic, but English and Spanish translation is available from the headsets at the back of the auditorium. Thank you. Please welcome Mohammed Abdulaziz Al Omer, CEO, ELM.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. في أواخر الثلاثينات من القرن الماضي صدرت دراسات تسويقية حول الراديو والتلفزيون. الراديو لا شك أنه أقدم، والتلفزيون في ذلك الوقت يعتبر حديث جدا. صدرت دراسات تسويقية توصي مصانع التقنية بالتركيز على تطوير أجهزة الراديو وتقليل الاستثمار في تطوير التلفزيونات. نعم، لا تستغربون. هذا كان بسبب ضعف إقبال الناس على شراء التلفزيونات في ذلك الوقت. هذا التوجه تغير تماما بعد ما نجح أول بث تلفزيوني لمباراة بيسبول، والتقط البث في ذلك الوقت 400 جهاز تلفزيون فقط. في تلك اللحظة مدت صناعة الرياضة يدها لمساعدة صناعة التلفزيون، ثم تضاعف عدد الأجهزة المستقبلة مئات المرات، وما زال العالم يذكر بنشوة لكبار السن خصوصاً البث المباشر لنزالات محمد علي كلاي في الستينات والسبعينات، وهذا لا شك كان جزء أساسي من مساعدة الرياضة لانتشار صناعة التلفزيون. استمر التطور من يومها إلى أن أصبح البث الرياضي يصل إلى ملايين بل إلى مليارات الأجهزة حول العالم بجودة عالية لم يتخيلها أحد من قبل، وأصبح البث لوحده صناعة مستقلة تقدر بمليارات الدولارات. الألعاب الأولمبية أيضاً كان لها الفضل في تطوير صناعة التصوير الفوتوغرافي، وما زالت شركات الكاميرات تضع أحدث تقنيات التصوير في كاميراتها الرياضية. أصلاً كانت تضبط مواعيد إطلاق الكاميرات مع بداية مواسم الألعاب الأولمبية وكأس العالم، وتتنافس في تحقيق المركز الأول لعدد الكاميرات المستخدمة في كل موسم. وعلى ذكر التقاط الصور التاريخية، أتوقع الرياضيين يعرفون الصورتين هذه تماماً. لو نظرنا إلى التقنية التي التقط بها هدف ماجد عبد الله من اليمين بالكاد يعني يرى، والتقنية التي التقط بها هدف محمد جحفلي في الجهة اليسرى، لا عرفنا التأثير الهائل للرياضة على صناعة التصوير الفوتوغرافي. صورة هدف محمد جحفلي التي التقطها مصور الوكالة الفرنسية تعكس لا شك قوة التقنية التي تلتقط مئات الصور للمشهد الواحد، ثم ينتقي المصور صورة اللحظة الحاسمة التي يريدها. أما الصورة الثانية، صورة ماجد عبد الله، بالمناسبة هذه الصورة التقطها مصور مشهور في الوسط الإعلامي اسمه أحمد آدم، وحكاها لي أحد الأصدقاء يعرف أحمد شخصياً رحمه الله. يقول أحمد آدم: ولاحظ المفردات، لاحظ المفردات التي ذكرها أحمد آدم في حديثه، وكيف تغيرت هذه المفردات من كونها عملية بشرية يقوم بها عقل بشري إلى أجهزة. يقول أحمد آدم أنه قام بدراسة السلوك المتوقع للمدرب واللاعبين قبل المباراة، وتوقع أن تكون الدقائق الأولى هي الأكثر إثارة. هذا توقعه، فهو قد بنى التوقعات. وبالفعل في الدقيقة الثانية من المباراة، بينما كان المصورون الآخرون مشغولون بتبديل الأفلام التي استخدموها في تصوير التحضيرات، فلما كان وقت التحضيرات معظم المصورين استنفذوا الأفلام الموجودة عندهم في تصوير التحضيرات. ما أحد يتوقع أنه بيصير شيء في بداية المباراة. كان أحمد قد حافظ على عدد كافي من الصور في كاميرته، ومن خلال متابعة إشارات اللاعبين بين بعضهم تنبأ باللحظة الحاسمة، واستطاع التقاط ذروة الهدف قبل انتهاء عدد الصور المتاحة في الفيلم المكون من 36 صورة. بعضكم يذكر هذه الأفلام. هذه المهارات البشرية التي وظفها المصور المحترف استبدلت كلها اليوم بمهارات التتبع والتحليل والتنبؤ الذكي في الآلة. وتطور اقتناص هذه اللحظات النادرة ليصبح كل فرد من الجمهور قادر على متابعة المباراة برؤية ثلاثية الأبعاد، وعلى تحديد موقعه الافتراضي المفضل في الملعب، وأن يعيد مشاهدة اللقطة التي يريد من الزاوية التي يريد بالسرعة التي يريدها. السؤال الذي يطرح نفسه اليوم، ونحن على بعد أكثر من 9 عقود من هذه الشراكة بين الرياضة والتقنية، هل ما زالت الشراكة قادرة على تغيير مسار المشاهدة والوسائط بشكل جذري؟ وكيف يمكن أن نستفيد من تلك الدروس في عالمنا اليوم، خاصة مع التغير الكبير جداً في تفضيلات الجمهور وتوقعاتهم بشكل متسارع؟ هنا سأزيد هذه المسافة وأضيف عليها 10 سنوات من المستقبل، وأتحدث تحديداً عن عام 2034. في ذلك الأفق البعيد والمتوقع أن يصل فيه حجم السوق الرياضي إلى أكثر من 22 مليار دولار، تظهر لنا السعودية فاتحة ذراعيها وتقول: أهلاً بالعالم. هناك تستضيف المملكة أول نسخة من كأس العالم، تشهد 48 دولة يتم تنظيمها في دولة واحدة. مما لا شك يفتح الباب لتوظيف أحدث التقنيات في شتى المجالات لصناعة تجارب غير مسبوقة يعيشها الضيوف والمشجعون المتوافدون من كل أنحاء الدنيا. هذه التجارب الفريدة يجب أن تكون استثنائية جدا ومخصصة جدا. استثنائية بكل ما تحمله من مشاعر وتوقعات بالأحداث الرياضية المثيرة لحظة وقوعها، ومخصصة بحيث يشعر كل طرف، كان مشجع رياضي، حكم، إعلامي، أن هذه التجربة صممت خصيصا له. تخيل معي أننا في عام 2034 نجلس متجاورين في مقاعدنا في الملعب. 2034 نجلس في الملعب نترقب بحماس وفخر قائد المنتخب السعودي وهو يتأهب لتسديد ضربة جزاء حاسمة في الوقت بدل الضائع. قررت أنا أن أستمتع بالمشاهدة بدون أي وسائط تقنية، وقررت أنت أن ترتدي أحد نظارات الواقع المعزز الموجودة في الملعب لتستمتع بالمشهد من منظور الكابتن. وسط كل هذا الترقب والمشاعر وفي لحظة سكون قفز كل من حولك من مقاعدهم وتعالت هتافاتهم محتفلين بالهدف، بينما أنت وبسبب خطأ تقني لا زلت تنتظر أن ترى الهدف من نظارتك. والفارق بين هذه اللحظات وتلك بضع ثواني. كيف سيكون شعورك وقتها؟ لأجل أن لا تخذلك التقنية في ذلك اليوم نحن نعمل الآن. شكرا لكم.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give your thanks to Mohammed Abdulaziz Al Omer. Well, don't forget that Leap this year is home to thousands of exhibiting brands. We have literally over 1,000 speakers across the venues, and they'll be delivering over 600 sessions for 400 hours of content. Every year we are bigger and we are better for you. The very best way to optimize your Leap 2025 experience is to download your app from the Play Store or the App Store. Please welcome your panelists, Her Excellency Shahza Fatima Khawaja, Minister of IT and Telecom, Government of Pakistan. Her Excellency Lisa Lee Pacosta, Minister of Justice and Digital Affairs, Republic of Estonia. And your moderator, Dima Al-Yahya, Secretary General, Digital Cooperation Organization.
Well, good evening, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here once again in LEAP 2025. And what an inspiration we see every year going into LEAP, bigger, more ambitious, and more innovations to celebrate. And I cannot be more honored to be partnered today with amazing women leaders that are changing the landscape of digital economy on a global level. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
And it is a great pleasure to see the immense great growth and opportunities that we see both in Pakistan as well in Estonia. And that gets our discussion starting when it comes to the potential of AI and the future that it, and the opportunities that lays within AI. But then comes a very important question that we as DCO always ask. Who will have the opportunity to use AI? And how can we make sure that we're creating a more inclusive and sustainable environment for innovators to grow and harness these opportunities of AI? Would like at the beginning to, Your Excellency Shahza, if you can shed the light on the National Digital Transformation Act that has just been launched recently in Pakistan, and how do you see that AI is in the cornerstone of that act and enable the innovators of Pakistan and beyond?
Thank you so much, Excellency Dima, and it's indeed a great honor to be sitting here amongst women leaders. The Digital Nation Pakistan Act that Pakistan has just recently passed and enacted basically looks to digitally transform the government, the economy, and the society. So we're working in 3 verticals for the National Digital Transformation. And we're going to be establishing a Pakistan Digital Authority that is going to be making master plans for the national digitization and also the sectoral plans. So for instance, for agriculture, for education, for economy, what would the sectoral digital transformation look like? And as far as AI goes, I believe that as today, as Excellency Abdullah Al-Swaha also spoke earlier today in his opening remarks, we're now beyond the digital age. We're now into an intelligent age. And in this time and age, it is absolutely imperative that AI becomes part and parcel of any policy, any digital transformation that we talk about. And this is exactly how, within the Digital Nation Pakistan, when we're going to be making the rules and regulations around data governance and how the whole digital transformation is going to pan out, the inclusion of AI, the use of AI, and the ethical use of AI is going to be critical. And when we talk about AI, at the base of any artificial intelligence is actually data. And when we're talking about data, I think it is absolutely, once again, critical to see that how do we create that balance where we take the security of data and we ethically use the data with openness and innovation. So one of the contours of the master plan is actually going to be precisely this, that how are we going to deal with data? How can we make it available to our local innovators? How can we make it available to our international partners? Because as we move into the national digitization and by creating digital identities, moving very quickly into health tech, ed tech, I think it's going to be a big data pool that we're talking about for over 240 million people. So we have a large population, we have a young population, and we're now very soon as we delve into this national digital transformation, I think that Pakistan will have to really bring that kind of balance when it comes to how artificial intelligence is going to play out, balancing its opportunities and challenges.
Very interesting, Your Excellency, especially with a population of more than 200 million in population. So definitely a huge, massive data sets are going to be created. And that goes back to, okay, how can we create these LLMs and AI solutions on the right credible data as well? And this is where AI governance or ethical AI governance comes into the picture. But considering the advancement in digital government as well, which is something we always learn from Estonia, considering that constant learning processes of the data or collecting that data and building these applications on, definitely you will need a huge, not amount of data, but also storage, and let's talk about energy as well. If one AI-generated image consumes more energy than charging your smartphone, that's going to be a big challenge for countries that don't have reliable energy. So how do you think, Your Excellency, to really optimize or harness this opportunity in digital government specifically? How can we optimize that energy consumption, from your thoughts?
Thank you so much for this question, and I'm very honored to be here. Thank you so much for this possibility. And of course, Estonia, which is a small northern country in Europe, so we use massively data by the government, because all our services from the government are already 100% digital, and this is possible only because of the very clever and well-organized and extremely secure data management, because you can offer these services based on data only. Now you ask a very important question: how can we make it in a sustainable way? I would see sustainability as a broader concept. We have to look on every resources, and the main goal is that we could offer to our citizens the best services ever, that we could offer these services proactively, and that we could offer the services that the person particularly needs. So this makes it already sustainable from one side. The second part is that we gather the data by the government also extremely responsibly, that we gather only the data that we need, and we have in Estonia this once-only principle. This means that when a person has given his or her data to the government, it is once only. So you never ever do have a need to give it again. This is a huge leap in efficiency, both for the private persons or companies, but also for the government. And fun fact, it also uses less energy, because when you take down the burden of bureaucracy, when you make all these services digitally very easy for people, when you make these proactive and personal, in this way you at the same time also fulfill the sustainability goals. Now you asked about artificial intelligence and the sustainability. Of course, and I fully support what you said, that we are now in the new era where we have to actually find new ways together. Artificial intelligence is something that not a single country can solve the ethical issues. It needs a lot of cooperation. And I think this cooperation should also be aiming at sustainability and less use of energy. And it can be done much better with the cooperation of different countries together. So, for example, from the Estonian side, we are very proud of the cooperation with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, with the technology issues, because it's really aiming the sustainable values as well.
Well, amazing, Your Excellency. And going back to cooperation, which is a word I personally like. And which we live on in DCO, which is the Digital Cooperation Organization. It goes back to, again, or to another subject, which is the governance. Looking at how we are advancing very quickly and rapidly when it comes to applications for AI. Today, we saw a lot of launches when it comes to solutions that are very much ambitious and provides positivity of what is tomorrow. But at the same time, we have to safeguard as well the societies and as well as our countries as well. Now, looking at the AI governance right now and how it is very much fragmented, how do you think that we make sure that countries, especially developing countries, can have a seat on the table and make sure that also they are providing their inputs in terms of the right policies and regulations that is in their best interest in place. We look at the decision makers right now and we see that it's great investment when it comes to AI, but still the balance is not there, and there is no and there's a lot of disparity in terms of where the or the divide is increasing. So from your thoughts, Your Excellency, how can emerging economies have more input when it comes to their the policies and regulations of AI? And also, what can organizations the likes of the DCO can play a role in terms of the AI governance?
So thank you so much. I'm just going to quickly add on to what our colleague has just mentioned. One of the initiatives that we're taking in Pakistan is trying to create emerging tech hubs around energy sources and clean energy sources to reduce the energy wastage and also to ensure that they're available. So whether it's blockchain processing, whether it's data centers, cloud. So we're looking for space right at the power source to minimize at least the losses bit of it, because sustainability is something which is, I feel, extremely important when it comes to technological development. Excellency, as far as your question around AI governance goes and the seat on the table for the developing countries, I think this is something which is extremely concerning for us as a country as well. And I believe that the answer to the question also lies in what you just said, that organizations like DCO taking the lead in getting countries together and making, and this cooperation and collective effort is something which I believe can get us that right place on the table, that seat on the table that we're talking about when it comes to larger global entities and global powers. The power of collective cooperation, I believe, is the one single thing that can actually put us out there on the map when it comes to having a say in how data governance and AI governance is going to look like. Because as far as today's intelligent age goes, while digital serves as an equalizer when it comes to reaching far-flung areas, whether it's education, health, employment opportunities, financial inclusion, it can also become an agent of increasing polarization. Because in cases where in today's age, if anyone is left behind, the pace and evolution is so exponential in terms of technological advancement that anyone who's left behind is going to be really at a loss. So I believe that at this stage, putting in the right kind of information, the right kind of data, our own perspectives, because overall, if you look at it, every data has a bias, intrinsic bias. So anyone, even if I am inputting certain data on which the AI is processing, machine learning is happening, LLMs are being established, we have to ensure that we're able to minimize those biases and we're able to create a community which is more inclusive, which has every opinion that comes on board. And I believe that it is going to be organizations like DCO that are going to play a very critical role in ensuring that all of our voices are heard and our perspectives at this very stage where AI is beginning, it's establishing, it's developing, they're put into the system in the right way.
Well, thank you, Your Excellency, for highlighting the risk of increasing the inequality as well and deepening that divide. Looking at not just only the energy, but also looking at the shortage of supply when it comes to chips as well, which is infrastructure. Looking at also the lack of talents as well and shortage when it comes to human capital. That will definitely create and widen that AI divide, which is, we already are living in a digital divide. We still have 2.6 billion people still not connected. So Your Excellency, how do you think that we, actions that we proactively start working on from a multilateral perspective to prevent this divide from increasing?
I think we have one very clear answer to your question already on the stage. So you were talking about the shortage of talent. Approximately half of the population is male and the other approximately half is female. So if we use the talent of both genders, female and male, we have much more talent in the societies. And in Estonia, we have seen the rapid growth of female talent in IT, and I'm very happy to see the fast growth in Saudi Arabia. What the women here are doing, it's absolutely fantastic. Sure. Now, when we think about the bias, so let me put it in a very simple words. We as governments, we are responsible for norms. We create paragraphs. Paragraphs are social norms. And it is about the regulations still to make the norms that would guarantee that this kind of biases are avoided. We have been quite successful to do it outside from technology, but technology is just a tool. It's not a world itself. Even if it has artificial intelligence, it is still just a tool. We are, as humans, we also, I hope, we have intelligence, and we have been norming this intelligence in the way that there is less bias in the society. This is the same thing we have to do with the technological progress. And actually, this is why we have, from 1st of January this year, we have in Estonia a ministry for not only IT, telecom, and cybersecurity, but a minister of justice and digital affairs. So we actually put these two things together. The technical development, digital development from one side, and the judicial issues from the other side. And this is because we really want to keep the society, the values that we have, but also to keep the innovation ongoing. So Estonia is known for its innovative solutions. We really want to go on with this in the world of artificial intelligence, and that is why we need the justice side to be in the same house and to work together with the technology. And this is how we avoid the bad side and that we enhance the good side.
Well, that's a great point, Your Excellency, in terms of that negativity into positivity and challenges into opportunities, actually. And that reminds me of the challenges that we see right now on the internet, which is from false news and misinformation, and also the integrity of content online. And it worries me that we're building these language modules on wrong information or false information. And that comes now to ethics and looking at providing the right ethical AI policies and regulations, but also putting them in action. So Your Excellency Shaza, how do you see that we can really materialize these policies and regulations to make sure we have a secure, ethical AI governance?
I think this is something, it's an excellent point, and it's a subject that we're dealing with back home as well. And misinformation, disinformation, especially in the age of generative AI. where it's not just textual information that we're talking about, but actually the imagery, the video editing, and AI-generated content that comes out. It's becoming increasingly difficult for a naked human eye to be able to really discern between what is AI-generated and what is the actual true picture. So I believe that in this day and age, once again, it's very insightful, and when Excellency Lisa introduced herself as Minister for Justice and Technology, it was I actually thought in my mind it's a very interesting combination to have. And I think Estonia once again has led, in thinking through this very thoroughly, because misinformation, disinformation is in today's day and age actually, with the power of social media, with the power of technology, they're no longer fun and games. It's actually become a tool that can disrupt societies, that can disrupt economies, that can actually disrupt governments and governance. So I think this is something that we have to very, very carefully look into as to moving forward. Once again, how can we establish that kind of balance where we're able to allow for that freedom of expression, freedom of speech, but also really control or minimize or mitigate the impact and propagation of disinformation and misinformation. And I think it's a very, very difficult and critical balance that we will have to create through regulation. And this is something that not just Pakistan, I believe across the world, we're looking into, looking at countries struggling with creating this balance. And so for instance, whether it's, these countries that are looking into banning social media for young children, how do you really create those safe spaces online anymore? It's all becoming a regulatory challenge. But I think that eventually we're moving into a domain. So we have a couple of legislations in Pakistan where they do spur a lot of controversy when we look into making them and enacting them and bringing in amendments. But then again, we feel that it is misinformation, disinformation is no longer just a regular conversation or a news item that you will see once and go away. It is actually going to be indexed. It's going to start feeding into the machine learning, the AI. So how do you minimize that so that moving forward, we actually have the clean data, the factually correct data available when we're developing LLMs, when our young innovators are working on data that's available online. So you see, we've seen these legislations spur controversies across the globe, but we're at a point in time where there's also a complete necessity for us to ensure that we minimize and we ensure that our young people are protected from the misinformation, propaganda, disinformation, and are safe in terms of access to the right kind of information that they should have the right to. So I believe as governments, it is to some extent our duty to ensure that our people have access to the correct data, correct information. And there are certain legislations that I will share with you as well that we've also just brought in along with Digital Nation Pakistan Act, which are trying to prevent this kind of menace, I would say.
That's amazing, Your Excellency, and this is where it takes me to another question. Pakistan has been working on their legislations, looking at Estonia as well, working on their legislations. To what extent should we look at a national level, then a regional level, and then a global level? And should they actually be interconnected when we're talking about ethics in AI specifically? My son, just a few days ago, so he just came into the room and he was reading a very beautiful poem that he wrote for me. And then I said, oh, wow, where did that come from? And he said, well, it's my LLM. So when it comes to IP, is the IP for my son, or is it for the LLM, or is it for the company that actually developed the LLM? And this is where it comes to, again, the ethics. Should we look at it from a national, regional, or an international level?
I believe in humankind. So we have a lot of international law. We have international maritime law. We have other international conventions. And absolutely, I fully agree that artificial intelligence is something where we definitely need international cooperation. So international cooperation for the good sides of the artificial intelligence has to be there, because we all know that also the bad guys are using it. So for that, we need that all the best part of humankind works together to enhance the ethical artificial intelligence, to enhance the possibilities that are out there. But at the same time, I think what is extremely important in parallel way, so the norms and the paragraphs and international conventions can't solve everything. We need very much attention to education. So as children learn to read and write, they need in every country, in every cultural situation, also to learn how to live in technological society. So it is different in different countries. Estonia stands very high in digitalization, but we also are world leaders in education at PISA tests. So really, I feel it's extremely important that from the very beginning, we turn attention that it's not only writing, reading, but it's also how to live in the technological society, to grow up as a member of humankind that is really using the best values for the developments in technological fields. So this is how we have to work also together to find best ways to learn from each other, to learn from the fantastic developments in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, to learn from Pakistan. So this is how we can go further more quickly with good values, ethical norms, and helping our children.
Well, we've seen it up front, Your Excellency, in terms of DCO and the collaboration or the fruits of the collaboration from our member states, where it was a advantage in one country could be a solution for a challenge to another country. And by having that connection, just the connection and bridging the gaps between the communication between these countries, it helped and supported transformation very quickly, and it reduced time, and also it helped in leapfrogging and harnessing the opportunity of digital economy. So economical and social prosperity is met with cooperation. And if I would leave you with a last call for action when it comes to cooperation in terms of AI, what is your biggest, I wouldn't say fear, but challenge that is considered an opportunity, and your call for action to the world, Your Excellency?
So I believe the last question that we discussed is potentially one of the biggest challenges that AI would pose. That is to really, I think that artificial intelligence is actually blurring the lines between what reality and virtual reality is going to look like. So we have to be very conscious of the fact that how are we going to moving forward. And Excellency Lisa has very rightly pointed out that living in digital age has become a life skill now. How do you navigate yourself through this digital environment, especially with AI in place? So I believe that this is something that we will have to start teaching our kids from a very young age. And call to action is actually, I would like to pick up from Excellency Lisa's last comment, is to have, starting from K to 12, have the right kind of education and the skills, whether it's kids in school, colleges, or universities, but the right kind of life skills, and the definition of life skills is going to change living in the digital age. So that is something that we need to collectively focus on, look into how we can develop combined curriculums, how we can actually help each other in terms of also delivering the right kind of education, because not everyone has that opportunity to be able to educate it in that manner. So this kind of collaboration is something I believe will be absolutely critical moving forward.
Brilliant, Your Excellency.
If I should choose just one thing, then that would be to do everything to avoid any gaps. So to avoid regional gaps, to avoid social gaps between different social groups, so that really the good part of technology should be available to everybody, despite the place where a person is living, and not taking into account huge differences, but to get over these differences. Technology enables us to offer services at the same quality to people who are disabled, to people who live in different areas, to old and young, to people who talk different languages. I think this is truly amazing what we can do in the world to get over the gaps we have now with the help of technology, and we should really concentrate on this value that we can now, this momentum we have now. I very much loved the beginning of this LEAP conference, that we really live in a momentum where we can use all these possibilities.
Well, I was just saying to Her Excellency Shaza that it can't be a best time for any techie like myself to be in this time, although it is very much challenging, but a great opportunity. And I can't be more honored to have conclude this amazing discussion, although the time went so fast, but to conclude this amazing discussion with amazing, great women leaders that are changing the landscape of digital economy on a global level. Thank you so much for being here and also for being part of the panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Our thanks to their excellencies and, of course, to Dima Al-Yahya. And ladies and gentlemen, that concludes day one of LEAP 2025. Thank you so much for joining us, and we look very much forward to welcoming you back tomorrow. Good evening.